City Council meeting of Lakewood, Colorado of October 13th, 2014. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Murphy.
Here.
Shakti. Here. Roybal.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Quinn.
Here.
Hall.
Here.
Coop.
Here.
Barraway.
Here.
Kellen.
Here.
Wickman.
Here.
Harrison.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. As always, I'd like to welcome everyone for choosing to come out and take part in Lakewood's local government issues. We appreciate your attendance very much. And ask, and we'll continue to ask through the evening. I'm sure we'll get it, but civil behavior in the chambers, no audible support, applause, or disagreement with the speaker. It's a rule that those of you that have been around for a while know I enforce strictly. So we'll have a community dialogue tonight, and we respect everyone's opinion and honor everyone's opinion. So let's just keep that in mind as we move forward. I would ask first, though, that we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Will the clerk please read item 4 into the record?
Item 4, Proclamation Cities and Towns Week.
And for the reading of this proclamation, I will turn to our Mayor Pro Tem, Adam Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. Recognizing 2014 Colorado Cities and Towns Week in October. Whereas city government is the government closest to the residents and the one with the most direct daily impact on residents' lives. And whereas the first ever Colorado City and Towns Week is a statewide initiative of the Colorado Municipal League to recognize the essential role that municipal government plays in our lives. And whereas municipal government is truly government for and by the people, and those people are our neighbors, friends, business owners, and community leaders. And whereas during the week of October 20th through 26th, cities and towns are showcasing some of the key services they provide to residents, such as public safety, street maintenance, parks, and recreational opportunities. And whereas Lakewood is participating in the week by hosting activities on October 25th and providing free admission to some city facilities. All Lakewood residents are encouraged to participate in these activities. And whereas Cities and Towns Week also provides an opportunity to convey to residents that their civic involvement shapes and influences their community. And we urge Lakewood residents to participate in their city government. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, I, Bob Murphy, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize 2014 Colorado Cities and Towns Week in October in the City of Lakewood, Colorado, given under my hand and seal of the City of Lakewood this 13th day of October, 2014 AD.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. And this is a proclamation that will be sent to the Colorado Municipal League. And for some further explanation and to point out some of the great things cities and towns do for us, I'm going to turn to our city manager, Kathy Hodson, who is also a member of CML's executive board. Ms. Hodson.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm guessing most people here in the chambers are here to hear about the City and Towns Week. So because of that, I'd like to tell you how Lakewood's going to celebrate. We're real excited about this event. First, you can look it up on lakewood.org to get details about these activities. And here's what will be happening on October 25th. First, we have free admission to all of the city's recreation centers. So if you haven't checked out the exercise equipment at the centers, use this opportunity to have staff show you how to use the equipment, become familiar with our excellent recreation centers. We also are offering free admission to Bear Creek Lake Park. If you've never been to the park, it's a wonderful experience of peace and beauty. We will be hosting free tours at the Lakewood Heritage Center, our 20th Century Museum. It's a great place to explore Lakewood's history. And finally, visit the Public Works shops on Quail Street to meet the West Metro SWAT unit and the Jeffco Bomb Squad. Citizens will be able to sit in a police car without being in trouble. And you can check out our snowplows and other street equipment. In addition, we have a citywide cleanup days at the Jeffco Stadium at 6th and Kipling. This is an event for Lakewood residents only, so you will be required to bring proof that you're a resident. And finally, Lakewood hosts all kinds of different civic classes so that citizens can engage in the different ways that we help people understand how Lakewood government works. As an example, we currently have Civics 101. It's underway. We also have a program called the Citizens Planning Academy, and finally the Citizen Police Academy. So if you're interested in any of those, please go to our website at lakewood.org. And thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 5 into the record?
Item 5, proclamation, Community Planning Month.
And I would ask our Planning Commission Chair, Julia Kirkpatrick, to join me down front. No, it's all right. Our Council President, Scott Coop.
Proclamation recognizing October 2014 as Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and it affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, and rural areas, and whereas community planning can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States. And whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorse National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions sound planning makes to the quality of our communities. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives Lakewood the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of Planning Commission and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the city. And whereas we also want to recognize the valuable contributions made by our professional planners here at the City of Lakewood and extend our deepest thanks for their continued commitment to public service. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of Lakewood, I, Bob Murphy, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize October 2014 as Community Planning Month in the City of Lakewood, in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month, given under my hand and seal of the City of Lakewood this 13th day of October 2014 AD. Bob Murphy, Mayor.
Thank you, Scott. There was maybe an exceptional number of whereases in this one, but as I think you all know, I started out my public service back in 1994 and as a member of the Lakewood Planning Commission, and Councilor Harrison and Councilor Quinn were also members of the Lakewood Planning Commission. And planning is something that we all take very seriously here, and I think we do very well at the City of Lakewood. So it's my honor and pleasure to award this to Julia, Chair of the Lakewood Planning Commission, on behalf of Lakewood City Council. Congratulations. Please say a few words.
I would just kind of like to reiterate some of the comments that were made with the last proclamation that came before us. Lakewood is one of the few cities that really reaches out to make sure that each and every one of its citizens has a chance to learn more about what the different processes are, whether it be the police department or whether it's the civics classes or whether it's the planning academies. You learn a lot about what you can do to make your community better, and I'm grateful that this city offers that to its citizens. It really allows each and every person out there an opportunity. With that, National Planning Month, the city has always done a series of movies based on different planning styles, different things that are going on around the country. Next Tuesday at 6 o'clock, they're going to have an urban design movie that will teach you a lot more about just the planning process and what urban cities are doing to try to keep their cities vibrant and live. So I had to invite everybody to come see that movie with us. It's nice that they're doing it in the evening so more people will be able to attend. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. right, item 6 is public comment, and I'm going to try to say this several times over the next minute or so, but this is the point of the meeting where the public is invited to address the City Council on items that do not appear on the agenda. Do not appear on the agenda. There will be opportunity for public comment on agenda items in a little bit. Again, ask that we all observe the decorum of council chambers, and there is a 3-minute time limit for public comment. When you come down here, the light will be green. When it glows yellow, you'll know that 2.5 minutes have been used up, and you have 30 seconds left. When it glows red, your time is up, and I'll ask you to wrap up your comments. With that, we do have the Doherty family, as all expressed, each of them expressed a desire to revisit us about an issue. So, Wayne, Emily, and Rebecca, you're all on the list. You can come down in whatever order you choose.
Thank you. My name is Wayne Doherty. I live at 3267 South Hoyt Way. For those of you who are not familiar with that area, it's an area immediately behind Bear Creek High School. I'm here tonight because the city refuses to make changes to its residential beekeeping policy. Because of this, children every day walk on a walk path to school, which is within 15 feet of a very active hive. Our newest neighbor in the neighborhood bought a house next door to the same beehive, not knowing at all that the property owner keeps thousands of bees on the property, and she herself is allergic to bees. I know urban beekeeping is a popular trend, but there's simply no great need in the city for this. There's no orange groves, apple orchards, avocado farms, blueberry fields, and so on. And our pumpkin patches we have this time of year don't need bee pollination to become jack-o'-lanterns. Use some common sense, make some changes to the zoning ordinance, because suggesting to people that they move or it's not a problem certainly isn't solution. If you continue to do nothing, it only shows that the council is more concerned about property rights than the safety and the livelihood of its own citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Who's next? Welcome back.
I am here today because you never answered my questions. Is this $5 jar of honey more important than my dad and the thousands of Lakewood residents who are allergic to bees? And if you agree that you made a mistake, then please tell me what you are going to do to fix it. I know you all have a heart. I know you all care about children. So I will yield to you the rest of my time to answer my questions.
Thank you. As we have said, this is an issue that we will continue to take a look at. We have worked with your adjoining property owner, who at one time had more hives than our ordinance allowed. And when it comes time to revisit the zoning ordinance, we're going to take another look at it. Thank you. Anyone else? Come on down. Yeah.
Well, thank you for letting us speak to all of you again. We appreciate it. We are here again to express our concerns because the bee issue, I think, is much more serious than you realize. Our concern is not only the fact that, I'm sure that when you pass this ordinance, you assume that people who would put hives in their backyard would be responsible, that they would let their neighbors know, that they would probably post signage to let people know, to be aware of it, that they would put it in a place where hundreds of children aren't walking by every single day. Unfortunately, exactly what you probably expected wouldn't happen has happened. I am here today to ask you to make a commitment to meet with us not 2 years from now, not a year from now, before next summer, so that we can address this issue and make sure that people are aware of when a neighbor has bees at their residence. People can take precautions to be safe so that someone won't end up buying a house next to someone who has bees because it wasn't disclosed to them. So that children who are allergic to bees can see signage and know, I can't walk by this house. I could be harmed. There needs to be something put in place. I understand that there were some very, very small guidelines that were put in place, which you think are sufficient, but unfortunately for a lot of people who haven't been considerate and haven't taken into consideration their neighbors and other people and followed even a lot of the basic guidelines that a lot of the backyard beekeeping books recommend, I think that you really need to meet with my husband, with me, all of you, along with the city zoning office, and not for us to be told that we need to wait until somebody decides that they're going to do something about this. We need to do something about it before somebody gets hurt. So I want for all of you to make a commitment and promise in front of all these people here that you are going to meet with my husband and me and even my daughter with the zoning office so that we can all make plans for a time, sometime before next summer, that we're all going to get together and put some more guidelines in place to keep the thousands of citizens in the city who are allergic to bees safe.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. That exhausts the list of names who have... Oh, Councillor Quinn, sorry. Response?
Thanks. I did just briefly want to address the concerns raised by the Doherty family. And I certainly understand your concerns. I understand between 1/2 and 3% of Americans do have an allergy to bee stings. But the fact of the matter is there are likely a lot more wild hives in your area than there are managed hives. So there's a lot of wild bees out there already. They came to America on the Mayflower and were rapidly spread across the country. Now they're wild. We have no control over that, and we're certainly not going to go out and eliminate wild hives. But I'll make the same commitment I made to you before when you were here a couple of months ago, and that is when we review the zoning ordinance as a whole again at some point, and we do that periodically, we'll certainly take your comments into consideration, and I'd be glad to hear any additional comments you have on ways that the ordinance could be strengthened. But we don't do those kinds of reviews piecemeal. We review the ordinance as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address City Council on a non-agenda item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And we're ready for item 7. Will the clerk please read item 7 into the record?
Item 7 is first reading and public hearing for Ordinance 2014-23, adopting a revised budget for the year 2014 for the City of Lakewood, Colorado, and further adopting the annual budget for the city for the fiscal year beginning on the first day of January 2015 and ending on December 31st, 2015, estimating the amount of money necessary to be raised by levying taxes for the year 2014 to defray the costs of municipal government of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2015 and ending December 31st, 2015, and estimating the amount of money to be derived from other revenue sources, setting forth the appropriations for each fund.
Nice job. And I'll call forth our Finance Director, Larry Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Once again, Larry Dorr, City of Lakewood Finance Director. Tonight marks another large step in the city's annual budget process. And given the number of items on the agenda for tonight, we'll just have our public hearing portion of the next step. But at the adoption of the budget, I'll have a brief presentation for the record so that we can really close up the entire process and have the budget adopted in just 2 weeks. So to recap briefly for the audience at home and here in Chambers, our annual budget process is ongoing, but it really starts in earnest in the spring and summer as the various departments and managers are estimating revenues and expenditures for the coming year. We present those to our city manager throughout the summer, and a real draft around the budget begins to form that we then present to our Budget and Audit Committee. Lakewood is pretty unique in that it has a Budget and Audit Committee consisting of 3 citizens and council members Coop, Kellen, and Johnson. We go over our projections, estimated growth in revenues and expenses, and then we've had a budget study session with the City Council on September 8th where we've gone into great detail about new projects that are in process, and ones that are being completed throughout the coming budget year. So I have no new information, but once the budget process opens up, we start accumulating questions from the public, from council members, and I have a few to address tonight. And we'll continue to receive those. We may have a few in the public hearing process here in a minute. I'll take down many of those questions and address those in the coming public hearing on October 27th. But I've got a few questions here. I'll just go through real briefly. We did have a few questions regarding legal expenditures, and the City of Lakewood and its budget and various business activities are complex. You can really see that in our 550-page budget document, that a lot of different lines of business, and it's not unusual for an organization the size of the city to spend 1% to 2% of its budget on legal services, and that's consistent with the City of Lakewood as well. About a third of those services the city retains through outside law firms, including the city attorneys Widener, Michaud, and Cox, and then other finance specialists in the legal area, water rights attorneys, employment law, and so forth. So I had a question about the amount of funds spent. So overall, about $1.5 million, or about 1% of the city's budget, is spent on legal services, and then 1/3 of that is spent on law firms, outside legal services, as it was. And then I had a more specific question around the most recent Wright Street litigation, which was about $125,000 in total, or about 1/10 of 1% of the annual budget. Just to put that into perspective and give a little flavor for that. And of course, the city attorney's office does not just review of various legislative work that happens here in Chambers, but it also oversees the prosecution arm of our municipal courts, and just a multitude of other legal services that go on there. I had a question that came up regarding election spending in the clerk's office. We do budget about $70,000 a year for election costs that may come up. We've increased that just a little bit as election costs are going up, and it has to do with the on and off cycle elections and so forth. So we've got $100,000 budgeted there for various elections, and of course we'll have one here next month at the City of Lakewood, and of course across Colorado. So again, we continue to get questions. I'll look forward to hearing any of those during the public hearing, and of course on the 27th. Which is our next and final step. And again, I'll have a short presentation. One thing I want to cover tonight and have in the record is that a part of each budget is really compliance with all the legal requirements, state law, city charter, and city ordinances. And really, we just need to have tonight's public hearing, one more on October 27th, and an adoption of the budget before November 1st, and we'll have all of those legal requirements checked off as well. So with that's my presentation. I think it's time for me to step aside now, Mayor and members of City Council, and allow those folks here from the public to provide comments and questions on the city's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorr. Our next procedural step will be for our council president to make a motion to move this item forward to the second reading and second public hearing.
Mayor Murphy, I move to order Ordinance O 2014-23, introduced on first reading, to be published in the Denver Post with the second public hearing set for October 27th, 2014, as included in the ordinance.
All right, we have a motion and a second to move this forward to the second public hearing. Again, this is a rather unique part of our city charter, that this is one item that we have two public hearings on. And with that, I will open the floor to any public comment on Lakewood's proposed budget. No one's indicated a desire to speak by signing up on the roster. Would anyone wish to offer anything? Ms. Kentner, I see you. Come on down.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Kentner, Ward 1 resident. Tonight, I would like to remind you about your ordinance contained in Section 3.04.08 of City Code. Quote, any unbudgeted purchase that is over $50,000 shall require approval by the City Council. That means before the purchase. The appendix on pages 521 through 526 of your budget document show many items which were not budgeted for, never received required approval, and yet were purchased anyhow.
Ms. Kentner, yeah. All right, thanks.
And other items, which you did approve a year ago, are not getting done this year. Let me give you just two examples from only one page, page 522. $100,000 for Mount Air Park improvements. This money was never budgeted for and never came before council for approval. But Mount Air Park improvements have already been done. The project nearly completed. $110,000, almost exactly the same amount, was budgeted for improvements at Walker Branch Park. This park is not going to get its improvements this year as you had originally requested. Another example, $258,000 for cultural center seating. It was not in the budget, and no one ever came to council for approval. And yet the purchase has been made. Perhaps you as a council would have chosen to spend over $250,000 of unbudgeted money from the general fund on cultural center seating. Or perhaps you would have rather used the money for drainage projects. It doesn't really matter now, since the seats have already been purchased, installed, and the grand opening held. Now you have no say. Someone has taken that right away from you. And in doing so, they've also taken away a voice and rights for all Lakewood citizens. At this point, let me clarify that I am not opposed to any of these expenditures. What matters is that you start following your own ordinances. I can almost hear your words, Councilor Bearway, as you so often state about our ordinances. Well, that's not enforceable. And I can only agree with you when you, the policymakers, are the ones that choose to not follow the policies that you make. Then it is nearly impossible for anyone to enforce those policies. What matters is that we start asking the right questions and getting truthful answers. So which elected official is approving these purchases? Our city code is clear that unbudgeted purchases over $50,000 are to be approved by city council, not by a single elected official. And our city charter is clear that each and every one of you has an equal vote, an equal voice. Not the council president, nor the mayor pro tem, nor the mayor have any more power or any more of a voice than any of the rest of you. So who is calling the shots here? Who is giving approval for these purchases and then expecting the rest of you to merely rubber stamp what has already been done? And what does this say about our budget as a moral document?
Thank you, Ms. Kentner. I'm sure Mr. Dorr will get with you tomorrow to clarify those issues that you brought up. Anyone else wish to comment on anything? I'm sorry, on item 7, the budget. All right, with that, we'll close public comment on item 7. Any council comments on the budget? Again, granting that we've visited this item for hours and hours already, and we'll do so again in 2 weeks. All right, with that, I am ready for a vote. Please cast your votes. And this is just to move it forward to the second public hearing, and that passes unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. It's been made to expedite council actions. Tonight it only contains one first reading ordinance in addition to a couple of minutes items. So first reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. So therefore, no public comment will be heard this evening on that first reading ordinance. The public will have an opportunity, of course, to comment on the proposed ordinance during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business much later in the evening. Will the city clerk please read the items on the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda consists of items 8 through 12 inclusive. Item 8, Ordinance 2014-22, deleting Section 2.53.30 of the Lakewood Municipal Code relating to municipal election procedures. Item 9, approving the minutes of the regular City Council meetings of July 14th, July 28th, and September 8th, all 2014. And Item 10, accepting the minutes of the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Communities Executive Committee meeting of September 10th and their full commission meeting of August 20th, both 2014, and the Lakewood Planning Commission meeting minutes of July 16th, 2014.
Thank you. Again, I will not open public comment on the consent agenda unless anyone has any comments on the minutes of our boards and commissions. Seeing none, public comment is closed. I'm ready for a motion on the consent agenda.
Mayor Murphy, I move for approval of the council minutes, for acceptance of the minutes of boards and commissions, order all ordinances introduced on the first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, discussion from council? If not, please cast your votes on the consent agenda. And that also passes unanimously. All right, on to ordinances of second reading. Will the clerk please read item 11 into the record?
Item 11, Ordinance O 2014-20, vacating a portion of South McIntyre Street right-of-way located north of West Yale Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado.
All right. We don't have a staff presentation on this one. It's just a very, very routine item. I'm ready for a motion on this one.
I move for the adoption of Ordinance O 2014-20 on second and final reading.
I will now open up the opportunity for public comment on item 11. No one's indicated a desire to do so by signing up on the roster. Would anyone in chambers wish to make a comment? All right, with that, public comment is closed. Any discussion from council? All right, please cast your votes. All right, that one passes unanimously as well. Looks like we're going to be out of here before 8. What do you think? Come on, laugh. All right. The next item is, of course, the feature attraction tonight, and that is item 12. Will the clerk please read item 12 into the record?
Item 12, Ordinance O 2014-21, as revised, adding a new Chapter 26 to Article 14 of the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning repair of construction defects.
Thank you. In a moment, we're going to have a staff presentation from our city attorney, Mr. Cox, on this item. I do want to make it clear to everyone in chambers that this is obviously an item, given the number of people here, this is an item of regional interest, and it's also an item of interest to Lakewood constituents of ours. In the interest of our Lakewood constituents, having a chance to hear our public dialogue on this issue, public comment tonight, we're going to start our dialogue at 10 o'clock. We're going to take a break at about 9:45, and Therefore, given that the time limit for public comment is 3 minutes, the last public comment will be heard at about 9:42. So I would ask that, to the extent there are any, people kind of organized on one side or the other, you would keep that in mind. That gives you at least 20 to 22 3-minute comments per person. I'm going to try to alternate pro and con based on how you've signed up on the roster. To the extent that you limit your comments to less than 3 minutes, you get an opportunity for more people to talk. But at 9:42, or as close as possible to that, we will close out public comment. So, and you know what? I'm gonna wait and see when we're done with Mr. Cox's presentation. We're gonna try to give this 2 hours, but we certainly want to start our dialogue by 10 to 10:15 at the latest. Mr. Cox.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Tim Cox, City Attorney. And this is a very brief presentation. I won't do much to slow down your proposed timetable, Mr. Mayor. This is just to remind everybody how we got to this point procedurally, and to point out, as the clerk mentioned, there's a revised version of the ordinance since first reading, and we just want to point out what those changes are and why they were made at this point. This process began formally with an executive session of the council at a special meeting on July 28th, at which council members had an opportunity to hear some legal advice and ask questions about legal issues. A study session was then held on August the 18th, and first reading of the ordinance was held on September the 22nd, and that's the time at which this public hearing was scheduled. The revisions, as with all ordinances, as we get closer to each step in the process, we will go through them again and again to try to fine-tune them. In this case, a couple of items came to light immediately after first reading that we thought warranted some clarification. These are changes that did not change the substance of the ordinance. It is really a question of clarifying some points and doing that in a way that we could bring it to everyone's attention without spending precious hearing time on these minor points. So if you would bear with me, I will point out there was a red line version of the ordinance available in your packet to show what the changes were, but just for the benefit of everybody who's listening. On the first page in the whereas clauses, we had a reference to serving the needs of various groups of constituencies, students and empty nesters and what have you. It was suggested that in order to avoid leaving anybody out, that we might just want to say serve the needs of all Lakewood residents, and that's what the draft now says. On the second page, we have in the definitions, the definition of builder, a few terms were added to the list, which included builder, developer, general contractor, contractor. The terms subcontractor, architect, engineer have been added to that list in the definition. On the following page, also in the definitions of homeowner, there was a reference to single-family residence, and the same in the next section, 1426.030. There was a reference to detached single-family dwellings, and the intent of this ordinance was to address only the multifamily owner-occupied situation. So those references were removed so as to avoid confusion. We can talk more about that during the discussion later if you're so inclined. On the same page, 1426.050, the title of that ordinance did not really reflect the contents as well as it should have. Titles are not considered a substantive part of the law, but for a reference sake, it now reads claimant's notice to builder of construction defects, semicolon, builder's acknowledgement, semicolon, inspection, because those are the topics covered in that section. And then on the following page, still in section 26050, there was some confusion I found in paragraph 4, B4 on that page, which read, a builder may charge reasonable copying costs or may require the copies of the documents to be made on site. Some folks read that as two alternatives when the intent of it was these are two things that can happen, either or both of them can happen. So it now is proposed to read, a builder responding to a claimant's request for documents may charge reasonable copying costs and may require the copies of the documents to be made on site. That's what the intent of the ordinance originally was. And finally, in that same section, subsection 5, at the suggestion of someone with expertise in the insurance area, it was recommended that we had little to gain from the use of the term adequate in the phrase proof of adequate liability insurance coverage, and so that word adequate, which is susceptible to multiple meanings, has been removed, so it just says proof of liability insurance coverage. And that exhausts the list of the staff-initiated changes to the ordinance. I'm sure there'll be some discussion of other changes as we go along. We'll be prepared to assist in that process.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Again, I would reiterate, I know everybody in this room is pretty familiar with kind of the long history of the conversation over this issue. I will say again that this proposed ordinance tonight is an effort to enhance the consumer protection of homeowners. And I know there are those of you who are going to disagree with me tonight, but this is through a three-pronged strategy of informed consent, of fair arbitration, and of the right to repair. Let's get these problems fixed. That is the approach that we are taking tonight. As I think you heard Tim say, I'll reiterate it one more time. It's the third time I've stumbled on that word tonight. I should probably try another one. This ordinance, should it pass, does not affect a single home, current home in the city of Lakewood. Not a single family home, not a single attached home, not a single townhome, not a single current condominium. This only applies to future projects, should it pass. So with that, we're ready for public comments. As I said, we're going to go for 2 hours. It's 7:41. We're going to go to 9:42. I'm going to do my best to do this alternate based on how you've designated your position for or against on the sign-up roster. And the first name on the pro side is Kevin McCaskey. And then the next name will be Paula Norlin.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of council. My name is Kevin McCaskey. I'm here this evening representing the Jefferson County Economic Development Group, and we've been paying very close attention to this particular issue for some time. We're a group made up of many businesses in Lakewood and Jefferson County in its entirety, and I'm here tonight to speak in support and ask for your support of this ordinance. Our main mission is to enhance economic vitality within Jefferson County. Part of that, to be able to accomplish that mission is based on having a diverse workforce. You get a diverse workforce by a diverse housing stock. And in particular, in the last number of years in Jefferson County and in the entire metro area, we have seen a lack, if any, construction of condominium-type properties. So not only is our quality of life affected by sort of that community building element of providing diverse housing stock, but it also inhibits our ability to retain and attract employers who rely on a diverse workforce. So having said that, it is imperative, the real estate market is complex. And one of the complexities that is prohibiting and really seriously inhibiting construction of this condominium product is construction defects insurance and the lack, the ability to actually acquire the insurance or to acquire it at an exorbitant rate, which causes the product to be really infeasible to purchase by most average homeowners. So the Jefferson County Economic Development Corporation, we believe it's time to provide consumers and builders, developers a clear process for resolving disputes. Provide a non-litigation process for resolution of construction defects and the disputes thereof. Provide builders and developers with a right to repair those construction defects and require them to act promptly and get it fixed. Also, to require homeowners associations to notify all the members of their homeowners association prior to filing any construction defects action, and as well to require the consent of all the homeowners within the association,
Kevin,
the opportunity to speak on that.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We support the reform that is in front of council this evening, and we believe the ordinance you're considering tonight achieves the goals that I just mentioned and spoke about. And on behalf of our organization, we urge you to vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Norland. Next, Tom Clark. Just state your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Paula Norland. I live in Inglewood, Colorado, 7440 South Blackhawk Street. Again, that's in Inglewood in Arapahoe County. I'm here today as a member of the Build Our Homes Right Coalition to urge Lakewood City Council members to protect homeowners' rights. I have been the board president of my association for approximately 2 years, and we have gone through a significant reconstruction project. We settled in 2008 with the builder of our community for $24 million for construction defects. I cannot begin to tell you the hassle it is on residents to have windows that are leaking, mold in their units. We've had several buildings that had absolutely no insulation in the walls whatsoever. I just don't understand why you are sitting here today trying to pass these ordinances to protect these constructions with arbitration. It's better to take it to the court system. You got to understand that you're not protecting homeowners. Can you imagine all of our bills for all these walls that don't have insulation? It's crazy that what our residents have gone through. We've had scaffolding put up around all of our buildings. We've had patios that almost fell down because these were built improperly. Why aren't we, going after these builders who putting more, legislation on them to build these homes correctly? Please don't tie the hands of homeowners who should have the right to determine who fixes their faulty homes when it happens and how to handle the process. I urge you to vote no. Protect the homeowners' rights. Homeowners of Lakewood do not want to go what my community has been through.
Thank you, Ms. Norland.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, followed by Chad Otto.
I'm Tom Clark. I reside at 2750 West 116th Court, Westminster, Colorado. I'm the CEO of the Metro Denver Economic Development Corporation. From 1999 through 2002, I was president of the Jefferson Economic Council and was here during kind of the fun days of the Federal Center and BOMAR and all the great projects that you have done here. I want to share with you why our organization and many housing advocates, mayors, and community leaders have joined together to support changes in how construction defects issues are handled. We have left this in the hands of the Colorado General Assembly for the past 11 years, only to see fewer and fewer multifamily attached housing units being built. As community leaders, we cannot wait for our communities to grow older and transit lines come nearer and nearer to completion. In 2015, virtually all the land around transit stops will be under some land use designation that dictates what will be built. If we want diversity of housing in transit, we must act this year. Apartments are a welcome housing type on transit stops, but they are the only housing being built on transit. This is not the future we envisioned in 2004 when we passed Fast Tracks. We foresaw communities growing up around stops, and since single-family homes would not be built there, we promised the public that condos and apartments would create communities where service and retail jobs would sprout. In the summer of 2013, our organization and the Metro Mayor's Caucus, both seeing the same issue, combined efforts to increase the number of condos being built. We found that transit housing wasn't the only worry. Mayors in older suburbs had seniors who wanted to downsize while remaining in their home communities. This only intensified our joint interest. Today, only 2% of the total housing units being built in the region are affordable condos, compared to 20% nationally. You will hear those who will tell you that condo construction has increased today from 2% to almost 5%. This is a bogus statistic. The only condos being built now are those whose prices are over $400,000, where profit margins are large enough to endure a construction defects lawsuit. We are not interested in these expensive units. We want housing for seniors, young couples, and families, units in the $180,000 to $250,000 range. Tonight you will hear some very sad stories from homeowners. Many will not know that the law itself was sometimes responsible for the lengthy time to resolution. But the remedies that are now in place penalize the many while not doing a very good job of protecting owners. We must do both, offer the opportunity for ownership and protect the existing homeowner. The ordinance you vote on tonight is that vehicle. I urge you to vote yes. Your thanks will be from those who can start the American road to financial security the day they buy their new home. Thank you all.
Thank you. Chad Otto, followed by Richard Bryant, please. And again, if you haven't had a chance to sign up on the roster, it's up just outside the door there.
My name is Chad Otto. I am a resident of Denver, 5591 South Harlan Street. I live in the Grant Ranch Homeowners Association, which proudly calls its clubhouse and meeting place Lakewood. We have residents that live in Lakewood, Denver, and unincorporated Jefferson County. I spent 6 years on the board of directors, 5 as president of this HOA, and I'm here speaking as a semi-expert on HOA management and some various aspects of how this ordinance, if passed, would negatively impact the ability of an HOA to govern itself. Poorly built homes do not retain value. They result in high rates of non-resident owners and result in poorly governed HOAs. HOAs are set up as a representative governing body, just like this council. Okay, how many times have you asked 51% of Lakewood voters to approve something in writing? Okay, you might be able to get a poll that would indicate that 51% of people favor something, but to get that put in writing, never going to happen. Okay. The relatively new State HOA Information Office has been collecting HOA complaints for several years. Most complaints come from low to mid-rise condos with low owner occupancy in rundown conditions. Poorly built projects would be on a slippery slope to this very problem. And it's a problem that plagues one of our metro area cities and also the second largest city in Colorado to our south. It would be virtually impossible, as I said, to get 51% of the residents to favor anything. And forcing individuals to take on a large builder on their own would be an insurmountable task for these owners. These owners in these low-income ranges, they have scraped together everything they can to purchase probably their first home And if it's poorly built and they can't get their HOA to take on the builder, they aren't going to have a home that they can live in. You've also got sections in your ordinance that call for wild speculation. The estimated impact of marketability of units that are not subject of the action. Who can know that? And the anticipated duration of the action and the likelihood of success, well, who knows? And the anticipated, the estimated impact of the value of the units that are the subject of the action, both during the action and after this resolution, also impossible to know. So this ordinance is one-sided in favor of profits for builders on the backs of new homeowner buyers who are managed to scrape together enough money to buy what may be their first home. And don't make it their last. Don't make it an unpleasant experience.
Thank you.
Vote no.
Richard Bryant, followed by Suzanne Neff, and then I know Ray Baker was here. Is Ray Baker still here? He may have left. Okay. Mr. Bryant, welcome.
My name is Richard Bryant, 391 Upham Street. I live in an HOA complex and have been a board member for 8 of the 12 years my wife and I have been there, and 3 years as board president. I have preferred arbitration as a means of settling any claims. Thank you very much. I can get home for dinner.
So, Mr. Bryant just allowed about 2 more speakers, so why don't you all... I said no audible support with the speakers. So. We all know Dick very well. Suzanne Leff, not Neff. My apologies. Welcome. And then following you, ma'am, would be Ms. Cordero.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Murphy. My name is Suzanne Leff. I'm an attorney who represents homeowners associations. So I work with homeowners association boards who make decisions on behalf of their owners, much like you as a council makes decisions on behalf of the residents of Lakewood. And I'm here tonight to testify on behalf of the Community Associations Institute in opposition to this ordinance. I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of homeowner protections and vote no on this ordinance. CAI actually favors the approach that state law currently provides that allows association boards to make decisions on behalf of their associations and pursue litigation or whatever remedies are available under the law and under the documents that govern an association, and does not favor any of the hurdles that are established under this ordinance, especially those voting rights provisions that relate to owner votes prior to any action being taken. We see that as really establishing such a high hurdle that associations effectively would not have a remedy available to them. So some of those homeowner horror stories that have already been told tonight would be more likely to result because owners wouldn't be able to vote because of the provision that takes their proxy voting rights away. And it would disenfranchise a lot of individuals from actually being able to have their voices heard as part of any decision, and would then leave people with construction defects. So just a little bit about the voting. That prohibition on voting, on proxy voting, is contrary to state law. The Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act allows owners to vote by proxy. It's something that's provided under the state statutes. Also, prohibiting that proxy voting would affect the elderly, owners who might be working when a meeting is held, owners who travel for work, as another example, and people who are in the military who are deployed and not able to vote. Why not allow proxy voting? Also, having that high hurdle of owner votes is, as I've already said, it's effectively a bar. You think about here in Jefferson County as a whole, in the 2013 elections, there were only 43.17% of voters that turned out to vote. So to have a majority of all votes in the association required to approve an action is an unlikely hurdle for an association to be able to overcome. And I work with HOAs. I see how hard it is to get owners to turn out, and even when it's in their interest, it's just difficult. It's a lot of education and a lot of action that's being asked of owners within a very short time frame under this ordinance. 30 days, it's unreasonable for owners.
Please wrap up your comments. Thanks. Mr. Cordero, followed by Fauna Wyatt, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Mizraim Cordero. I am the director of the Colorado Competitive Council, which is a statewide organization of business investors, local chambers of commerce, regional business alliances, and economic development groups committed to improving the business climate of Colorado. I am here to speak in support of Ordinance 21. As you have heard repeatedly in testimony and will continue to hear, Colorado's out-of-balance litigation system has created a crisis in the construction of affordable multifamily owner-occupied housing. This matter is no longer simply a dispute between trial lawyers and builders. It has become an issue that affects an entire business community. A big part of the job of attracting new businesses to the state is demonstrating that Colorado is a desirable place to live, work, and play. Right now, owner-occupied multifamily construction projects are missing from our landscape. As prospective companies assess their ability to recruit and retain employees, our housing scene inevitably becomes part of their calculus. It's a mark against us that their only choices are renting in an urban center or buying in a distant suburb. Furthermore, as we reach to be more sustainable and aim toward the goal of urban infill, the goal of revitalizing our downtowns with a mix of industry, retail, recreation, and housing, we need communities anchored by owner-occupied residential development. Businesses depend on robust home ownership to create thriving communities. Without homeowners investing in their homes consistently over time, the shiny new developments of today become the slums of tomorrow. The proposed Ordinance 21 is a good way forward. It is moderate and sensible public policy that strikes the right balance between protecting homeowners and creating an environment that doesn't stifle these types of projects. This is not about defending bad construction. This is about giving homeowners a voice to make informed decisions about their investments, while giving builders some level of certainty necessary to make the risk of investing in our communities. Lastly, I want to emphasize that this body has a small window of opportunity to address this crisis, especially when it comes to transit-oriented development. Our limited parcels of real estate are being redeveloped with apartments and not owner-occupied units. We're missing a once-in-a-generation opportunity to protect the health and diversity of our communities. And we urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cordero. Fauna Wyatt, followed by Brenda, and then Tom Merrigan. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Fawn Wyatt, and I am a Lakewood homeowner. My address is 11153 West 17th Avenue. I am here tonight because I am disappointed in my city council and that they are considering passing an ordinance that will take away homeowner rights, especially for the homeowners that are suffering from serious construction defects. This ordinance will actually create an incentive for bad builders to do business in Lakewood, making Lakewood a haven for shoddy construction. Poorly built homes will not only lower the value of these homes, but will also lower the values of the homes in the entire community. That is why this ordinance affects all of us, even if we do not have defects in our homes. First, Ordinance 21 takes away a homeowner's right to decide what repairs will be made in their homes and who will perform those repairs. Builders should not be able to force repairs on a homeowner who may wish to use another contractor or at the very least get a second opinion. If the builder has no incentive to build the home right the first time, what incentive do they have to do the repairs right? Next, the ordinance takes away an HOA's right to a jury trial and forces them into arbitration. As a citizen and a homeowner, I pay taxes to fund the court system. If you vote for this ordinance, you are taking away the basic civil right from tax-paying homeowners in Lakewood. The reason builders prefer arbitration is because they will be able to draft one-sided arbitration provisions in the HOA's governing documents. This ordinance allows builders to draft provisions to make them immune from any liability for poor work they have done. Finally, this ordinance creates an unfair hurdle for the HOAs to bring claims against the builders by requiring a majority approval for the owners within a 30-day period. HOA boards of directors are elected by the owners to represent them. Owners can remove board members at any time with or without cause. No one would ever expect Lakewood legislators to have to get approval of a majority of all Lakewood residents to pass an ordinance. Obviously, that would make getting anything done impossible. Representative government exists for a reason. It works and it's necessary. The language in this deceptive ordinance implies that it is beneficial for potential homeowners and the city of Lakewood, when in fact it is quite the opposite. For many homeowners, their home is their biggest investment, and they should have every right to protect it. The City Council should be protecting homeowners in Lakewood, not the builders and developers who do shoddy construction that will put Lakewood and its residents at a great disadvantage. As a Lakewood homeowner and resident, I strongly urge you to vote against the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda, followed by Tom Merrigan, followed by Chuck Ward, and then Preston Patter, and then Dave McLean.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Brenda Lee Connors, and I live at 3525 Vallejo Street in Denver, but I'm here representing Metro West Housing Solutions. Metro West is the housing authority for the city of Lakewood, and as such, we own and operate affordable rental housing, so apartments throughout Lakewood. We have approximately 900 apartments in Lakewood, and of those, about 600 are for families. So part of the work that we do in working with families is to develop self-sufficiency, help families grow in their income, become more stable. And for a number of those families, ordinarily that would mean a move to home ownership. Given the state of the cost of housing and a lack of affordable multi-unit ownership housing, it's been difficult for our families to move on to home ownership. And I can say as a landlady, it's a great thing that the rental market is jam-packed right now, but it's also no help to people who really could move on to home ownership. We have hundreds of people on our waiting lists and really have a hard time getting people moved on to another next step. The other thing about especially affordable people who might move into home ownership, to move into a condo unit would be a more stable step because it would involve less maintenance, more support in that next step that they're unable to take. The other thing that I would say is, as a builder of affordable housing, we just started construction on a new apartment community, and because the contractor that we're using works primarily in residential, we had to pay an additional $55,000 in liability insurance to build this building, and that's money that could have gone into the apartments or services for our residents that we now have to just pay an extra insurance because of the state of construction defect liability. And I also would say statewide affordable housing developers are in favor of trying to get a statewide ordinance, but since that hasn't happened, are in favor of a local ordinance as a starting step. So I am speaking for Metro West and for our statewide organization in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda Lee. Tom Merrigan, followed by Chuck Ward, followed by Preston Patter, followed by Dave McLean.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Tom Merrigan. I'm a lawyer with the firm of Berg Hill, Greenleaf, and Rashidi. Our address is 1712 Pearl Street in Boulder. And I'm here because I was retained by the Community Associations Institute to give an opinion on your proposed ordinance from the perspective of the home rule authority possessed by cities in Colorado to deal with issues that may or may not be considered local issues. And so in connection, first of all, I think I got selected for that because I have experience representing municipalities and local governments. In fact, I argued a case in the Colorado Supreme Court in 2002 supporting home rule authority. I've always been a supporter of home rule authority. I also represent some commercial contractors. I've never represented an HOA, nor have I sued one. Well, I have sued one, but not for a construction defect. In any event, I looked at your ordinance, I looked at the law, and I'm sure your city attorney has explained that law to you. I know you've all been given a copy of my opinion. The opinion succinctly is that this is not traditionally a matter of local concern, and therefore it's either a matter of statewide concern or of mixed state and local concern. And in either of those two areas, if there is a state statute that is in conflict with your ordinance, the state statute trumps your ordinance. That is my opinion. I approached the consideration of this question as an academic exercise, not as an advocacy exercise. So I'm not here to, unlike everybody else who's speaking, I'm not here to advocate. I'm here to just tell you that in the event that you proceed to pass this ordinance, in my opinion, and of course my opinion is not nearly as important as some judge who may have this question at some time, but in my opinion, you're starting at the bottom of a big hill. And so I would ask you to consider that factor in connection with everything else you're hearing tonight when you make your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Merrigan. We have read your very detailed opinion. Who was next? Chuck, come on down. And then we'll have Preston Patter, and we'll have Dave McLean, then Bob Burley, then we will have Ryan Penn. Mr. Ward.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Murphy and members of the City Council. My name is Chuck Ward, and I'm Vice President of Public Affairs for the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. My home address is 6578 South Blackhawk Way in Aurora, Colorado. I am appearing here tonight to support the proposed housing ordinance on behalf of the 3,000 members of the Chamber. We strongly support the provisions of this ordinance. The Chamber has long been an advocate for strong communities and the infrastructure needed to support them. Our businesses focus on those areas of our economy that drive job creation for successful businesses. We have long advocated for the conditions necessary to support our business growth, such as a strong education system and reliable infrastructure. We supported the passage of fast tracks because we see the advantage of a transportation system that allows our members' employees to get from home to work efficiently. As part of that support, we anticipated the development of mixed developments along the light rail and bus rapid transit routes, including retail, commercial business, rental, and ownership housing. We share your concern with the lack of diversity in the housing available for ownership in your community and across the Front Range. We strongly support your effort to change the dynamic that has resulted in only 2% of new housing construction being for sale. This is frustrating to young families and working individuals wanting to start the process of wealth building, as well as to the boomers among us who are looking to downsize, but want to stay close to the vibrant communities they know and love. Accordingly, we urge a yes vote on this ordinance. More specifically, we support the following. First, we think it is absolutely in the condo owner's best interest to be fully informed and have the opportunity to participate in the decision to enter into litigation. As I hope you are aware, engaging in litigation of any kind places a person's assets in litigation limbo. By this I mean it is difficult to sell a property if it is encumbered by pending litigation. It is difficult, if not impossible, to refinance a property if it is encumbered by pending litigation. And the asset value is impacted once the decision to engage in litigation is made. There are significant wealth-impacting decisions for the owners in a condominium development, and the requirement of the ordinance to inform and pursue litigation only after a majority decision of the homeowners seems a reasonable minimum level of participation in this significant decision for the association. It involves their homes and their largest asset. Interestingly, the policy of the Community Associations Institute, who you've heard from earlier, the National Association for Guiding Homeowners Associations, recommends that associations, quote, share critical information and rationale with residents about issues that could impact their financial obligations to the association. This is from their policy statement on protection for community association volunteers on financial transparency. The decision placing the association in litigation clearly impacts the association and the owners themselves and should be done with the full engagement of the owners.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ward. Preston Patter, Dave McLean, Bob Burley, Ryan Penn, Larry Healy, and Rick Patton. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Preston Patton. I live at 1301 Canyon Boulevard in Boulder. I'm here to speak against your ordinance, but I want to begin by complimenting you, Mr. Mayor, and the council on the very fair and balanced way in which you're managing this comment tonight.
Thank you.
Our condominium building in Boulder suffered from numerous latent defects. The waterproofing membrane was missing from large areas behind the brick veneer and under the roof parapet. The waterproofing where the balconies connect to the building was done wrong, and the flashing on the windows was installed backwards. Our dry climate allowed these defects to go undiscovered for years until a period of monsoon rains 3 summers ago brought water in all over our building. The necessary repairs cost more than $1 million. The truth is that Colorado's construction defect laws compared to other states already tilt in favor of developers and against consumers. For example, in Colorado, beginning 6 years after construction, consumers are barred from seeking any redress for defects, no matter how latent those defects might be. California gives their consumers 10 years. Maryland gives their consumers 20 years. Under a Colorado law called SEDARA, our HOA was required to send a notice detailing the defects before we could bring a lawsuit. Attached to my testimony is the response from the developer's lawyer. The letter asserts that our SEDARA notice was time-barred by Colorado's 2-year statute of limitations and 6-year statute of repose. And even though the existence of the balcony defects was first brought to our attention by one of the developers himself, his lawyer responded, quote, "My clients dispute the existence of any defects." When the residential consumers finally paid an engineer to open up the skin of the building, we found far more defects than the developer had disclosed. The ordinance before you this evening masterfully cloaks deadly anti-consumer provisions beneath a veneer of faux reasonableness. For example, developers can ignore a notice from a consumer if the consumer fails to cite the correct provisions of the city's ordinances. The ordinance gives developers the unilateral right to determine the scope of any repairs, guaranteeing that Lakewood consumers will receive what the developers call caulk and walk instead of real repairs. And the ordinance makes Lakewood consumers powerless to change anti-consumer arbitration provisions routinely baked into the project's original documents by the developer's lawyers. Finally, HOAs are barred from instituting any construction defect unless they get affirmative consent of a majority of the homeowners without proxies within a 30-day period. The developers know that this standard is almost impossible. In our building, we have busy working couples and single women in affordable units who do not have the time to immerse themselves in defect issues. We have second home units whose owners rarely are...
Sir, you're wrapped up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and we have a copy of the testimony as well. Thanks. Mr. McLean, followed by Mr. Burley, followed by Mr. Penn, then Mr. Chevalier, then Mr. Patton. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is David McLean. I'm a defense attorney with the firm of Higgins, Hopkins, McLean, and Roswell in Denver. And I'm here to seek your support for this ordinance, mainly because it does one main thing, and that's to get attorneys out of the way. With respect to the three issues or the parts of the ordinance, the right to repair, informed consent, and arbitration, I think these are all very good parts of a relationship between a homeowner and a home builder. And the problem with construction defect litigation is when attorneys get in the way. With respect to the right to repair, most homes are typically sold with a specific warranty, a written warranty, whereby the homeowner is buying a home counting on the builder to come back and make repairs if something goes wrong. They rely on that limited warranty when they make the decision to purchase. And this ordinance gives the builder the right to go back in and establish the relationship with the homeowner that is required to get those repairs made. It's when attorneys inject themselves into this process that things fall off the rails. And I have examples of letters from some of the attorneys in this room to members and homeowners within my clients' communities threatening them, saying, if you let your builder come back and make these repairs, we're going to charge you attorney's fees. It's the 40% of what we think the value of those repairs are. Don't let these repairs go forward. So this ordinance rightly puts the relationship back between the home purchaser and the home builder. With respect to the informed consent, we've heard testimony that this is, in large part, the largest investment people have made. And if that's true, why not protect them by letting them have a say with respect to whether they want to be involved in a construction defect lawsuit? I've seen lawsuits filed by homeowners in associations against some of the attorneys in this room for having brought them into a construction defect action without their knowledge or consent, saying, I've never claimed anything is wrong with my unit, yet you've sued on my behalf. Now I can't refinance, I can't sell it other than to a cash purchaser, and my home value is thereby diminished. With respect to this 51% being too high of a bar, I would take issue with that. I've had a few matters now where the declarations have required informed consent among homeowners, and I've been involved in some matters with plaintiffs' attorneys in this room who have met that threshold and been able to proceed, in our case, hopefully with arbitration. Finally, with respect to arbitration, I want to be clear that it results in the same outcome for the homeowners, and that is they get a reasonable right to repair. The only thing that the homeowners are giving up, and the reason that all of the plaintiffs' attorneys are here tonight, is because they've given up the ability to shoot for the home run or hope for a runaway jury verdict. With respect to the right to repair or the cost of repair, it's exactly the same that they get in an arbitration as the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Mr. Burley, followed by Mr. Penn, followed by Mr. Chevalier, followed by Mr. Patton, Ms. Seidman, and then Mike Sidebottom.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Lakewood. I live at 2695 South Eaton Place, and I'm in Ward number 3. I'm currently retired, and I'll probably be looking at downsizing in the near future.
Could you, move a little closer to the microphone for the benefit?
Downsizing in the near future. And I'm very concerned about the kind of properties we'll be looking at if this ordinance does pass. A home is typically a person's largest investment, and I'd like to make sure that the law protects that investment and protects the homeowners rather than contractors who do shoddy construction. Shielding builders from liability for their mistakes and imposing a burden of fixing those mistakes on homeowners will bring down the values of our homes and properties. The ordinance gives a builder an absolute right to perform any repair in the manner that they consider correct after the homeowner notifies them of defects. Homeowners have no right to refuse an unreasonable or dangerous repair. Please don't let contractors come into our homes and possibly make things even worse and not really repair the problem that was originally stated. My understanding is the law currently allows or requires homeowners to give notice of the problems and gives the contractor the opportunity to do the repair. But under current law, homeowners can refuse unreasonable or dangerous repairs. Please don't take that right away from us. Under this proposed ordinance, if a homeowner reports a problem to a builder and doesn't state that the homeowner alleges a construction defect pursuant to Chapter 14.26 in his notice of repair, or doesn't describe the claim in enough detail to determine the nature or location of the problem, the builder has a complete defense not to do those repairs. How is the homeowner supposed to know specifically what law needs to be quoted on these claims without the advice of legal counsel? Also, this ordinance effectively forces the owner to choose between hiring an independent expert to describe the problem or risk the right of pursuing complaints against the builder for serious construction defects. Builders will undoubtedly argue that the owner's notice is insufficient. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain by declining these notices. Putting these burdens on homeowners is very unfair and bad for anyone who dares to buy.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Please vote no.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, I think it was Mr. Penn.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ryan Penn. I'm a Lakewood resident and a real estate agent and an owner of a real estate brokerage. Here to talk about some of the practical issues facing real estate transactions and real estate values due to drawn out HOA litigation. This is a significant real estate issue right now. First and foremost, every resident within an HOA community deserves the right to be notified about pending litigation, as well as the impact on their ability to see an increase on their investment while the property is under litigation, as well as their right or their ability to sell that property while the litigation is occurring. I recently had a client who was trying to purchase a townhome in Arapahoe County. Within a typical real estate transaction, you'll have roughly 7 days to receive HOA documentation. So once that documentation was received, we were now under the understanding that there was a pending or a current litigation. Their loan was denied by two lenders. The second lender went past the loan objection deadline, putting their $5,000 of earnest money at risk. A local lender came in and saved the day, performing a loan in 4 days, which is completely unheard of, but was able to get them into the project. As everybody knows, real estate inventory is at record lows, and prices are appreciating at a rapid clip, further impacting affordability for residents around the Denver metro area, and especially in Lakewood, where there is very limited condo inventory. a lot of people are having a hard time selling their condos that are wrapped up in HOA litigation. Another client of mine had to wait 2 years while his HOA was figuring out the issue in order to sell his property. In the meantime, the value of that real estate was negatively impacted. After 2 years, he was able to sell the condo, but most people just won't list their property for sale while this process is going on. So anything we can do to increase the timeline and get the issue fixed in a more rapid fashion will certainly help with real estate transactions. One last concern I have is that all the apartments that are currently being built around the Denver metro area right now, most people know full well that in 6 years these developers and equity holders are going to be taking out the apartment finishes, putting in condo finishes, and all these condos should be hitting the market around the same time. That drastic increase in condo inventory is going to further drive down real estate values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. I believe it's Mr. Chevalier that's next. And then Mr. Patton, then Ms. Seidman, Mr. Sidebottom, Charlie Abel, and Perry Cadman. We'll just keep going here. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Chevalier. I live at 784 Bristlecone Court in Golden. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. Ordinance 21 is not what you want to vote for your constituents. Construction defects are very real. My first home, and we're talking about condo owners, my very first home was filled with construction defects, and I was delighted to have an opportunity and with some weight behind it to go back against the builder to get those issues addressed. A lot of people have addressed you tonight, and they've talked about all the legal implications and this, that, and the other thing, but the construction defects are very real, and the last thing that you want to do is to have new condominium owners, people that are in their very first home, that are making probably the largest investment they'll ever make, or at least at that point in their life. You don't want to have them stuck there basically with a builder or developer that doesn't address the issues and without any weight to go and get those issues addressed. I'd really like you to vote no on Ordinance 21 tonight and to go back to the drawing board and to look at other ways to solve the issue. There's nobody that's more pro-business and pro-development than I am. I would be at the front leading that charge on every front, but this is not pro-business. You're going to trample on the rights of first-time homeowners. And I would encourage you to go back to the drawing board and to look for ways to address this issue. I haven't heard anybody tonight talk about asking the builders to do something very simple, and that is to build a good product. That's what we expect of them, and that's what they should do. If you look at, and I think some folks have probably shared some pictures with you, these issues are not difficult to solve. If you supervise the project properly, you have architects complete 100% construction plans, you follow those plans, you supervise correctly, particularly the interfaces, you won't have these problems. I would encourage you to look for ways to encourage the builders to build a good product rather than watering down home builders' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patton, followed by Larry Healy, in case I mixed that up the last time, followed by Mr. Sidebottom, Ms. Seidman, Mr. Cadman, and Mr. Abel. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rick Patton. My address is 4540 Sumac Lane, Littleton. As a Lakewood native, I would love to come back to the city and build affordable and accessible for-sale housing. Over the years in Colorado, I've built, between myself and other building partners, over 1,000 condominium units for projects that I've taken to completion. I've never been sued for a construction defect. Yes, we've had issues. Yes, we've had problems. You address them and you fix them. The way the law in Colorado is shifted right now, I just can't applaud you enough for considering this ordinance and beg you to approve it so we can come to Lakewood and build new product, create affordable product that people can come in as first-time buyers, as workforce housing, be able to live there, build equity, move up, and become members of the community. In my typical projects, we ranged from 20% to 100% accessible units, building things from elevator-served condominiums to main floor units. In the last 5 years, I've done projects representing over 800 units that are now rentals, detached housing, or are in the process of being re-entitled away from condominiums. So the end result of that is price points for starting homes in those communities are in the mid-300s, or they're turning to rental communities. I would beg you to approve this so we can come to Lakewood and build some new product. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Healy, followed by Mr. Sidebottom, Ms. Seidman, Mr. Cadman, Mr. Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Most of the points that I had to talk about were covered quite eloquently by people preceding me. But when I look at this proposed ordinance and I hear testimony that this is to protect homeowners, I find it hard to believe by reading the language. I am the general manager of the Beauvalon Condominiums, which is a building in downtown Denver, which suffered through construction defects. There's been testimony that if a construction defect case is pending, it affects the homeowner's ability to sell or to refinance. Whether there is litigation pending or not, the defects are disclosed, and even without a lawsuit, those homeowners are saddled with the problems of not being able to sell or not being able to refinance. Looking at this ordinance and reading, if the builder offers to repair the construction defects, it has the right to do so, and the claimant may not directly or indirectly impair, impede, or prohibit the builder from making repairs, does not sound balanced. The fact that, as it's been already pointed out, the governing documents of most associations offer the ability to use proxy voting. This ordinance would take away the homeowner's right to have a proxy vote. Again, is this balanced for the homeowner or is this balanced for the developer? The Beauvalon Condominium Association spent $17 million to repair the defects. There were 80 plus defects in the filing. If an ordinance such as this had been in effect, those homeowners would not have been able to get the money to make the repairs. Their only options then would be to special assess. 200 homeowners being special assessed for $17 million in defects is not providing for them to invest in a home and see their equity built. I strongly urge you not to pass this ordinance. It does not protect the homeowner. It is strongly balanced towards helping the developer to avoid some responsibility. Not all developers are bad. We just heard from one who is a builder who said that he has had a good track record, but not everybody has a good track record. Please do not pass this ordinance. Please protect the rights of the homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you can probably expect some amendments later on that will address some of your concerns. Next, I believe it was Mr. Sidebottom. Is that right? Yes. Mike Sidebottom. Is Mike still here? Followed by Mr. Seidman, followed by Mr. Cadman, Mr. Abel, and Mr. Lykoff.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Michael Sidebottom, 14341 West Wesley Circle. I live in Lakewood. I've sold real estate in Lakewood for 33 years. I've managed large real estate offices. I still serve on professional standards committees, hear ethics hearings, all of it, so to speak. And in 33 years, I thought I'd seen it all, but when state legislation passed laws pertaining to this issue, I couldn't believe it. I'm a co-founder also with a group of very seasoned, successful brokers called the Independent Brokers Group of Colorado. We meet twice a month. I can't begin to tell you. I could take all night telling you war stories about how this has affected ownership in this city, and I truly commend you for embarking on this journey and not being afraid to pursue this. I had an outline here, and I'm not even going to use it because the common denominator I continually hear and absorb is maybe we need some stricter regulations regarding construction. That would solve an immense amount of this. And the fact that people think that homeowners' rights are being taken away is absolutely wrong. True story. Had a buyer, bought a condo, later learned that they were in class action litigation for 4 years. The seller, of course, FHA pulled their financing out of the project. That overnight plunged values over 30%. Seller threw his keys on the table, it was upside down, and walked away. Of course, the deal crashed. This is time and time and time again. We have, in fact, just the NAR, which, by the way, I'm sorry, is the National Association of Realtors, just issued an article several weeks ago that said in 1976, 37% of all Americans were single. Now, we've finally surpassed the 50% mark. We're at 51% of all Americans are in single status. They need condominiums. They need multifamily housing, whether it be millennials trying to buy their first property or older folks that have raising families that need to downsize. They need a place to go. We don't have it here in Lakewood. We don't have it in most of the metro area. It's dried up because of this legislation. Having boards, a lot of which are really, really small, have the power to create a class action litigation without many of its owners not even being aware is not the right way to do this. Homeowners, every single one of them, need to have a right to have a say. And quite frankly, let's be honest, a lot of folks, when they hear class action, get stars in their eyes and jump in the pool, hopefully to make a couple of bucks when they have nothing wrong with their units. Builders should be allowed, hopefully under stricter building guidelines, to come in and make repairs first. Binding arbitration should follow in the event there's issues. But class action lawsuits being created and governed by boards, HOA boards, is not the right way to go.
Thank you. Just wrap up, Mr. Sidebottom.
I just commend you on behalf of the Independent Brokers Group of Colorado and thousands of my realtor constituents for having the audacity to take this on and push it forward. You have our full support.
Thank you. Ms. Seidman, followed by Mr. Cadman, Mr. Abel, and Mr. Lykoff.
I'm a Lakewood resident. I've lived here for about 10 years. I'm raising my family here. I'm also a construction defect attorney. I represent homeowners and homeowners associations who have problems with construction defects. I've seen firsthand the problems that they've had. I've seen the cracks caused by shifting foundations. I've seen horrible mold caused by leaks. I ask you to look very, very closely at the ordinance's notice requirements. A homeowner who fails to comply with these notice requirements has no legal rights against a builder. The ordinance provides that the failure to comply with the notice requirements is a complete defense to any future claim. The ordinance requires that a homeowner reference by chapter number in the notice. That they reference the chapter number in the notice saying that they're providing notice pursuant to this chapter of a construction defect. There was testimony earlier that this ordinance is intended to take lawyers out of it. Any homeowner who proceeds trying to comply with this ordinance without expert advice, without an expert investigation, without legal advice, risks having no rights against a builder. The builder would have a complete defense if they fail to comply. That's not protecting owners. If this ordinance was intended to really be even-handed, it would impose an equal penalty on the builder. If this ordinance was intended to be even-handed, a builder who failed to comply with the notice requirements would have liability for its mistakes. However, under this ordinance, a builder can opt out. A builder can just ignore the notice requirements, and the only thing that happens to them is that they don't get its protections. This is not protecting homeowners. It's taking away their rights. The unqualified right to repair. I've seen the repair offers that come from builders after they've been provided with notice of a suit. I've seen things like a suggestion to cover up a serious structural defect with stucco. Under current law, a homeowner is required to provide notice, required to allow the builder to inspect, and has to entertain an offer to repair. Homeowners, there's no real advantage to homeowners going to litigation. If they get a reasonable offer, they'll accept it. Taking away their right to reject an unreasonable offer or a dangerous offer to repair isn't protecting homeowners, it's protecting builders. I'd also like to touch on some of the arbitration requirements that we see in declarations. We see requirements such as a homeowner must use a particular arbitration service. There's one that we used to see called CAS. It's run by a twice disbarred attorney who was disbarred for theft. The builder gets to write the rules of dispute resolution in their declaration. Prohibiting homeowners from being able to change that, to repeal it and seek resolution in the courts is not protecting homeowners, it's protecting builders. Current law, Kiowa, already requires that that associations provide disclosures to owners of the nature of a lawsuit, of the fees they expect
Please
to
wrap
incur.
up your comments.
In sum, I ask you to seriously consider these issues before you vote. It's not protecting Lakewood residents, and
Thank you.
It's protecting builders.
Thank you. Once again, I would expect an amendment or two to address your concerns. Next is Mr. Cadman.
Hi, I'm Perry Cadman with Brookfield Residential Properties. We are a builder and a developer. We are the builder of Solterra. Also, I am a Lakewood native and a native to Denver for my whole 54 years I've been here. We have a problem in this city because we are not building diversified housing. This construction defect issue has stopped the construction of a diversified housing stock. At Solterra, we would build multifamily housing if given the opportunity for this construction defect litigation issue to be resolved to some extent. I think the ordinance that's on the board helps to do that completely. If you look at our metropolitan area, there is no for sale multifamily housing going up. In other major metropolitan areas, there is multifamily for sale housing going up. In California, in Texas, Kansas, Missouri, we are not building it today. We are strictly building rental multifamily housing. Our demographic has changed. Our population has moved. The largest age group is the 22-year-olds. They just surpassed the 54-year-olds. That is a diverse population. And as this progresses, we need this diversified housing stock. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Abel, followed by Mr. Lykoff. And give me time to see if there's anyone left on the roster here.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Fair enough, Mr. Abel.
And I was a lot more polite about it. Good evening. My name is Charlie Abel. I'm a Ward 1 resident. There are so many problems with this proposal, I hardly know where to begin. Most importantly, you're assuming powers you do not have. Case law says Coloradans' access to the court is a matter for the legislature. And SB 19 shows the legislature this year decided it's not even worth studying, much less enacting. By proceeding in the face of court rulings to the contrary, the city faces what promises to be a protracted and very costly legal battle, a battle some of you apparently support. In contrast, you folks recently had the chance to protect our neighborhoods and our infirm senior citizens from the intrusion of huge senior care dormitory facilities in which clients are numbered by the dozen. But you chose not to protect either of the senior citizens or the neighborhoods because you said you feared possible lawsuits from developers. Your willingness to incur this battle suggests that that fear was feigned in order to facilitate developers' wishes. And this proposal is not designed to help homeowners, despite the mayor's claim. Quite the contrary, it promotes the developer's bottom line, and it ensures less reliable construction. We need more affordable housing, not cheaper housing. And it seems to be a problem of your own making. Since approval of the very problematic and sweeping rewrite of our zoning ordinance, there are about 1,000 multifamily units in the works here. But in Lakewood, all but a few dozen are rental units. In Brighton, hundreds of condo units are being built for owner occupancy, according to the Denver Post, all in the same area. Lakewood's new zoning ordinance apparently encourages the density you think we need, but discourages the individual ownership you envisioned. And your recent decision to redesignate blight on a freshly developed urban renewal site on Colfax sends a chilling message to potential condo developers. A message saying that if you invest here and help us clean up our blighted areas, we might just come back and renew the blight designation on your property based on unkempt nearby properties, leaving your heavy investment in limbo at best. It seems this problem is largely of your own creation. Please create a better solution, a real solution, one that is more friendly to homeowners and is less costly for every taxpayer in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor. No other mayor in the city of Lakewood history has ever threatened to cut off public comment before everyone has had their say.
Chair's prerogative, Mr. Abel. Thank you for your history lesson. Mr. Lykoff.
No mayor in the history of Lakewood has done.
You are out of order, Mr. Abel.
The light's still on.
Mr. Lykoff.
My name is Bruce Lykoff. I'm a business lawyer, not a trial lawyer, and I reside at 250 South Jersey Street in Denver. And I'd like to commend the City Council for taking up this issue with this ordinance, and I urge a vote in favor of it. I think it's pretty clear from the testimony you've heard tonight on both sides that the current system doesn't work. It doesn't produce any multifamily housing in a condo format. It doesn't allow for quick resolution of construction defect disputes. The current process is too long, too expensive, and doesn't usually result in enough funds to fix problems anyway. So I would recommend you vote in favor of this, and it's pretty clear to me that if nothing is done, nothing's going to change, and we're not going to see any condos built. I'm very impressed, though, with the proposed ordinance. I actually consider it very balanced. I think it provides a number of rights for homeowners that don't exist today, including a guarantee that any repair work performed by a builder is warranted for 2 years. That doesn't exist today. There's also a guarantee that owners are going to find out quickly whether their builders are going to take their problems seriously or not. Speed is important. Delay is not good. There's a guarantee that owners will know if their board or their HOA is considering a lawsuit, and a guarantee that owners will have a chance to have an up or down vote at a time when it's actually meaningful. Also want to comment on some of the things that we heard earlier tonight, including one speaker who said that if Lakewood passes this ordinance, it's likely to become a haven for shoddy construction. We heard shoddy construction many times tonight. And I don't know about you, but I'm sitting here and all I heard was an insinuation that the Lakewood Building Department officials are either incapable or incompetent of doing their job, and I suspect neither is true. I think they do a good job of both inspecting construction and rejecting defective construction. The other thing we've heard is, at least one of my brethren suggested, that Lakewood doesn't have authority to take this action. Obviously, I'll leave most of that to your city attorney, but I would point out one observation for me. Pretty clear to me that this is an effort by Lakewood to strengthen the enforcement of its building code by encouraging quicker correction of violations of the building code, which directly benefits the owners of the properties in question and also the city's building department. So in conclusion, I'd say 3 key policy goals in my mind: build more condos, build quality homes, quickly fix actual defects, and keep in mind the obvious. If you don't achieve the first, building more condos, you'll never have to deal with the second and the third. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see. Hang on one second. Oh, Gerald Eaton, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I still have a number of folks who signed up on the roster. Anyone else oppose the ordinance? Wish to speak? So we will go with Mr. Mickelberry, followed by Mr. Rao.
I'm Rod Mickelberry. I'm the regional president for Cardell Homes. I live at 24550 East Park Crescent Place in Aurora. Our family-owned company does business in 2 states, Florida and Colorado, and in several Canadian provinces. At the moment, we have condo developments underway in both the Ottawa region of Ontario and in Calgary, Alberta. Interestingly, it is only Colorado where the issue of whether to build condominiums because of the legal environment even comes up for discussion in our company. Elsewhere, the decision to build is entirely based on the needs of the marketplace. If there is a need, we try to fulfill it. However, in Colorado, we hardly can even get to the business decision of whether to build condos because the legal considerations stop or derail or overwhelm the basic decision. This is unfortunate because many, if not most, of the condos we build elsewhere serve those who are of modest means or those who have particular lifestyle needs, such as the older demographic groups who need one-level living. In fact, in Calgary, there have been times when 70% of the condos we built were purchased by single women who worked as teachers or nurses or in similar professions. They were women who wanted their own place but who could not afford a single-family home, nor did they need a single-family home. They all happily purchased our affordable 1,000 square foot condominiums. Recently, our firm canceled plans to purchase land in Solterra, where we've worked for almost 7 years. We were purchasing the land to build a 3-story, 12-unit condo building, which would have an elevator, underground parking, and the units would be about 1,200 square feet. This is the sort of building that is needed in Solterra and, in my opinion, in almost every community in the metro area. However, after much work and expense, we stopped that project. Our reason: too much risk. Period. If the environment in Colorado were similar to Florida, Alberta, and Ontario, I would, within a month or 2 from now, be receiving a building permit from the City of Lakewood to start construction of that 12-unit condo building. And, however, I'm not doing that. Next summer, folks would have been moving into those buildings, but that's not going to happen. Now, I grant that Solterra is not an area where folks of modest income live. However, there are many people in the community that need one-level living, that need those kind of products, and there aren't very many of those at all. Our plan was to build the first building in Solterra, learn about what to do, and then take it to other communities that could benefit from this building's unique features. And the only reason that we aren't going to do that is our concern about the legal environment. It is my opinion that if a resolution or an ordinance such as the Council is considering had been enforced this past summer, my owner, the owner of my company, would have moved forward with Solterra condo buildings.
Thank you. Thank you. Did I call another name? All right, Mr. Rao, and then followed by Mark Trinke, please. Trinke. Okay, sorry. Is Mr. Trenka here?
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Mark Trenka, 8791 East Briarwood Boulevard in Centennial. I'm here on behalf of the Colorado Association of Realtors, or CAR. CAR supports this ordinance and encourages council to do the same. CAR believes that this is a consumer-friendly ordinance that protects a homeowner's largest asset by requiring notice to and informed consent by homeowners in advance of any litigation being pursued. Construction defects litigation can prevent the certification of multifamily projects to secure financing. This negatively affects the ability of many homeowners to obtain financing for a multifamily unit. Thereby, it limits the pool of potential buyers, which of course also negatively impacts an existing homeowner's ability to sell or even refinance their property. I'd like to share with you today a horror story that a client of one of my colleagues dealt with due to ongoing litigation. My colleague recently worked with a seller in a fairly new condo that was listed originally at $137,500. Due to a construction defect lawsuit for $8,000, the seller, whose unit did not have a defect, was forced to lower the price to $125,000. They had a buyer at that price. They were ready to close. However, due to construction defect lawsuit filed, which the seller had no knowledge of, this buyer could not get a loan on the property. He went through numerous lenders. The seller ended up selling to the buyer for $90,000 cash, just so she could sell her property. The seller realized that she had a good buyer, but at the time they could not find a lender who would do a reasonable loan on a non-warrantable condo. The only issue making the condo non-warrantable was the lawsuit, which again had nothing to do with the seller's unit. The seller effectively took a loss of $47,500. CAR has been on both sides of this issue. We have supported past construction defects legislation because we wanted to ensure that homeowners who were victims of legitimate defects were made whole. We sit here today believing reform of our construction defects statutes is imperative. This ordinance provides that reform. There are many willing and able buyers available. However, there is not nearly enough to meet the demand. The renewed development of condos will not only satisfy that demand, it will help with the completion of vital regional transportation projects. In fact, RTD's Fast Tracks is relying on TODs as a key component of the project's development, future ridership, and financial projections. We want to see the potential of this multi-billion-dollar investment in our community fully realized, and that cannot happen without a full range of housing options.
Please wrap up your comments.
The Colorado Association of Realtors enthusiastically supports this ordinance.
Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone in chambers opposed? All right. Jason Peck, please. And then I have Amy Mayhew and Amy Hansen, and we'll close out public comment. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Jason Peck. I serve on the board of directors for the Denver Metro Association of Realtors. I'm also chair of the Government Affairs Committee. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I know it's been a long night. As an association with over 5,000 members, many of these members happen to live in this great city as well as work in this great city. I've sold many property in this city. We're very much in support of this ordinance. It's no secret over the past few years there have been significant amount of rental housing development in the metro area. While rentals are an important part of the community's housing portfolio, they need to be complemented by other options, particularly for sale units. Unfortunately, due in large part to the construction defects, Lakewood and other municipalities are not seeing for sale condo protection. This is especially a shame for Lakewood, considering the city has tremendous opportunity with its many TOD sites. For example, Mayor Bob Murphy, I know that you took great pride when I rode on that light rail with you before the West Rail opened about the impact, the economic impact, but it wasn't going to see the full fruition because of construction defect legislation with these TODs. While all residents bring benefits to Lakewood, true home or condo owners make significant investments back into the community, both through property and sales tax dollars. The data is clear that folks spend more money in your community in this tight budgetary times that we've had in the past, that it's important that revenues that Lakewood has and will continue to miss out on with this current legislation in place. As realtors, we can tell you that construction defect has and will continue to have a profound impact on our clients. This is a true reason why we're here this evening. This isn't about home builders or developers. It's about protecting the homeowner. The lack of for sale housing has impacted two main groups: the empty nesters and first-time buyers, many of which are millennials, which you've heard this evening. I can tell you that condos are stepping stone into homeownership, and without the production of additional affordable units, many of your constituents will miss out on this opportunity. The ordinance before you this evening lays out a pragmatic solution to curtail a very serious problem. As you have heard and will hear this evening, there are numerous examples where construction defects legislation has not protected voiceless homeowners and long, arduous process of litigation. This ordinance promotes transparency and democracy in the process leading up to the potential class action litigation. When it comes to an individual's largest investment, they don't deserve to be in the dark, and this piece of legislation offers homeowners that protection. Again, on behalf of the Denver Metro Association of Realtors, I want to thank you for your time this evening and consideration of this ordinance. We sincerely hope you will support this ordinance and lead sensible reform on an extremely important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comment, we're going to take recess here at one more. What's your name? Not on the list. Come on down. I've been asking. And then you, sir, and then we'll wrap it up.
Hi, I'm Mike Barclay. I'm a resident of Castle Pines, Colorado. 24-year contractor. Spent a lot of time in the business. Also spent 7 years in new construction. I have an intimate knowledge of what happens during the course of new construction. I oppose this because during the course of new construction, the builder is looking to complete the project quickly, complete it very affordably to make a handsome margin. I was a part of that group at one point. We hired individuals right out of construction management school. They weren't trained how to build things to code. Currently, I repair these problems, and the problems that we find are blatant oversights of the current building code. What I ask is you guys to put your efforts towards focusing on educating builders, educating the building department to be able to focus on quality construction, construction that will hold value, construction where we're not going to be out there making these repairs. Spending time limiting the HOA's ability to file a claim against their builder is, I believe, tying their hands. I do these repairs. I see that there's more action from the builder when they have litigation hanging over their head as opposed to when there isn't. I just walked 2 properties today where the builder is actually stating to the HOA, we're not going to do anything else. And they're looking to me to say, what do we do? I wish I could not say, maybe you're going to have to seek legal help. I wish the builder would actually come out and do the job right. And that's under current litigation. Where you're moving to is a slippery slope that is not going to allow for our homes to be repaired properly. This is coming from a contractor who's been involved in this business, building it and repairing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And your name was on the list, but you had indicated that you did not want to speak, so I did not see that. Thank you.
It was on the list, but
what's your name, sir?
Steve Merker.
All right.
My name is Steve Merker.
I am a small builder and developer. I have 24 units currently planned in the Lakewood area. These are townhomes, attached housing. We've seen a lot of development push into Lakewood from Sloan's Lake area, the Denver Highlands. And so we thought it would be a good idea to start trying to offer the same product that we see in Sloan's Lake and the Highlands area at a much lower price. Some of the problems that we're confronted with are insurance costs. When we look at what I actually found out about this issue by accident, I tried to do a condo conversion of a 6-story office tower with some friends of mine. I think the friends of mine and I, excuse me, I'm really nervous. There's more attorneys than builders here tonight. And walking in, the protest line was fairly intimidating. So,
right.
So I found out about this by accident. We tried to buy a 6-story office tower and convert it, some friends of mine and I, to condos that we could sell in the $150 to $250 price range. And when I tried to get insurance for this project, I was denied by 3 different large insurance carriers. None of them would do a condo conversion, and I asked why. They said, because you have to look into this construction defect problem. I'd never heard of it, so then I said, well, maybe I'll try to find a different insurance company. In the meantime, I looked for an architect. 2 of the architects I tried to hire wouldn't do any type of condo projects. These are large-scale firms here in Denver that wouldn't touch it because they had either been sued or were getting sued by construction defect lawyers. And what they do is they use these HOAs as a marketing tool. So they will market to HOAs. They'll say, hey, come let us do a free assessment on your project and let us come test your windows, make sure that driving rain isn't getting in, and we'll do it for free. Then they'll come out with their power washer, stand there for 20 minutes with a power washer at your window, and if any rain comes in, any water comes in, they'll call it driving rain, and then they will say, sorry, we have to replace all the windows in this building. They don't give the developer an opportunity to fix that stuff. I didn't know this stuff even existed, but that was what my architect explained to me, and why I think that you guys are taking a very sensible approach to this. All we want as builders is the opportunity to fix this stuff. When it comes up, I don't know of a builder in any of the builders that I know that don't want the opportunity to do the best job the right way as well as they can, and that's what all I want, is the ability to fix something. If I do it wrong, I'll come back and fix it, and that's what we'd like about this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Merker. All right, with that, it's now 9:12 p.m., 30 minutes earlier than we had set as a limit for public comment, and we're now going to take a break. It's 9:12. We will come back at about 9:25 and begin with council deliberations. Thank you all very much. It was very orderly tonight. I sincerely thank every single person who testified. Thank you. We'll see you at 9:25. All right, the Lakewood, Colorado City Council meeting of October 13th, 2014 is back in session at 9:27 p.m. Almost right on time. Thank you. And again, I reiterate, fourth time I try to say that word tonight, my thanks to all of the folks who came out to testify. Very, very passionate yet reasoned and orderly testimony. So thank you very much. Before we get into council questions and suggestions for going forward on this ordinance, I'm going to turn to our city attorney, Tim Cox, and to our director of planning, Travis Parker, for comments. Mr. Cox.
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. There were two items that I wanted to mention in my previous comments, and in fact, the mayor mentioned one of them, but I'll reiterate it. The applicability of the ordinance. There have been some questions received at the city offices over the recent weeks, and I heard from some folks speaking tonight that this may still be a concern for some of them about whether this has an impact on existing projects, existing buildings or properties. And the intent was that it apply only prospectively, new projects after the effective date of this ordinance. And one of the other changes, the one that the mayor mentioned, was to add a provision in the very first section of the ordinance to indicate that the applicability is to new construction, new projects only initiated after the effective date. And Mr. Parker will touch on that a little bit more. The other item, just very quickly, there was some discussion about the section that refers to a claimant who fails to meet all the requirements of the ordinance, and there is a provision in there that was stricken from the draft, or was intended to be stricken from the draft. It refers to a claimant who has failed to comply within the time specified. It's a mirror image of the builder's provision, a builder who fails to comply within the time specified. The difference is there are no time frames attached to most of the obligations of the claimant. So the phrase within the time specified was to be removed from that provision simply because it doesn't apply. So that would be part of the ordinance in front of you as well. If there are no questions on either of those items, I'll turn it over to Mr. Parker.
If I may, to be more specific, then that's on that time specified as 1426.050A2.
Thank you, yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Parker?
Good evening. You heard in so many words tonight that we're in a position where in order to prevent or remove a few bad apples, we've effectively killed the orchard. So we've basically eliminated construction defects in the state of Colorado by eliminating condos, and we've been quite successful at doing both. We haven't had a new condo in the city of Lakewood since 2006. And that is before the effective statute of limitations on construction defects, which means there is not one person in the city of Lakewood right now that has any rights under this current state law. There's not one person who has a condo that can initiate litigation, not one HOA that can initiate litigation under the existing construction defects law. And what you've heard from other developers today, and what I've been hearing for 3 years, is there aren't going to be any more. So by being asked to leave the law as it is and not approve the proposal before you, you're effectively protecting the rights of no one under existing housing and no one in future housing. So the only way to provide these homeownership options in Lakewood and in the region is to do something to change this law. And the proposal before you, again, as you've heard, is intended to be a balanced option, intended to protect those rights while creating a situation where there is the ability to purchase homes so that people can exercise those rights. And this is something that, from a land use perspective, from a planning perspective, is absolutely vital to the creation of successful TOD areas. And you heard tonight, it's also timely. Those TOD areas are coming, and they're coming fast. And we don't want TOD areas that aren't a mix of housing options. Our comp plan has over half a dozen statements about providing a mix of housing options, a mix of choices in the types of neighborhoods and the types of housing that we provided, and we aren't able to do that in the current environment. One other concern that we've heard is that, we'll be inviting a lot more multifamily development and a lot more shoddy development. The fact of the matter is, this, making these changes won't increase the number of units that are going to be built in Lakewood. It will just change the types of units and the ratio of units. This year, we've got about 2,000 multifamily units in the pipeline for development. Not one of those is condo. In a healthy environment, that number should be closer to half and half. So next year, if we see another 2,000 units, the ideal situation would be that we have 1,000 rental and 1,000 owner, versus if nothing's done, those will be 2,000 rental units. And so from a land use perspective, I think this is an incredibly important change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now go to council questions and discussion. And, I would say that, this is an issue that this very experienced, seasoned city council has taken seriously. There have been, I know, some conversations about suggested amendments that would both strengthen and balance, even further balance the ordinance. That's one of the ongoing conversations we'll have the rest of the evening. Again, we've heard the arguments on for and against, and that's democracy. So I would ask members of City Council who would like to start. Councillor Kellen.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I had the good fortune of working with Councillor Barroway and having some discussions, and with our city attorney, of course, because we want to make sure that what we're doing actually is going to be both effective and legal. And I hear, I really hear where the people are coming from in terms of the concern over the erosion of the homeowners' rights. And so I think that the two of us especially, and I know other people have amendments too, have come up with quite a few changes to these provisions to try to ensure that the homeowners have that level of protection. And quite a few things that were specifically mentioned during the testimony we have talked about and we have started to address. And so, Mayor, how do you want to go about doing this? Do you want to just start talking about changes, or do you want to entertain questions first?
To work through Councillor Barroway as sort of the filter and facilitator for suggested amendments.
Okay.
Because a lot of those have come that way in the last several days anyway. But feel free to start. Or?
Should we start at the beginning and work through?
Well, how about
why don't we work by kind of categories here?
Right to repair.
Right to repair as a category. Informed consent as a category, and alternative dispute resolution. Those are the three primary categories. So if we could kind of address it by category, I think that would be help everybody keep track of it. So you want to start with right to remedy?
I actually, I'm not quite sure whether this goes in 1426, 050, or 060. One of the concerns that we came upon in working through this is in that what we're doing here is we're adding process. We're adding some process into the whole the procedure that's established at the state level. And there was concern raised about, because it's a short statute of limitations, that it could drag on and cause an owner to lose their rights under that. So we have come upon some language, and I'm going to propose some language. It mimics in great part the language in the state law about the tolling of a statute of limitations. So do you want me to just read my proposed language? I will. I shouldn't ask when I know what I'm going to do. So it says, if a notice is sent to the builder in accordance with 1426.050 within the time prescribed for filing of an action under any applicable statute of limitations or repose, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of the notice process described in section 1426.050. If the builder elects to repair pursuant to 1426.060, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of repair. So what this does for us is it ensures that we can work through this initial process of giving notice to the builder and having that opportunity to repair the defect without running into a statute of limitations issue.
Mr. Cox?
Yes, I think we, at an early stage in the process, we talked about the statute of limitations and tolling provision, and this is there are a couple of ways to go about that. One would be to leave it to the parties to decide when and whether they want to enter into a tolling agreement of any kind. This would set parameters around that and make it essentially automatic in some circumstances.
Yeah, and I do have alternate language about leaving it to them, but I thought in looking at the two versions that I came up with, that why leave it to them to decide, yeah, they're going to toll it. Why not just toll it like the state does? Should we have discussion or comments if people...
I'd like you to read that proposed language again.
Okay, and I will not do it with my speed reading. If a notice is sent to the builder in accordance with 1426.050 within the time prescribed for the filing of an action under any applicable statute of limitations or repose, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of the notice process described in section 1426.050. If the builder elects to repair pursuant to 1426.060, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of repairs. So what, in a sense, we're doing is we're setting aside the process of notice and repair from the period of time that the statute of limitations runs.
Okay, what we're going to need certainly is copies of that made for all of council to look at.
I give that to you.
All right?
Yes.
What next?
On the right to repair?
Yep.
So while that copy might be getting made somewhere along the way here, the other part of 1426, it's 060, where we've already changed, the title is where I'd like to start, and Tim, if you could help out on this. The title suggests that it's an offer to repair, when in fact, when you read the language, it's not an offer. It's more of an election or a notice of repair and not an offer. So what I'm looking for is for language that would change that to read more of a notice to repair or something to that effect, as opposed to an offer of repair. And then change all references in that section where it says offer to read elects or notice or right as an appropriate in each instance. And then changing, there's one section there under 1426.060 where we've got the word violation and the word should be defect in there. So let me just give you an example. My mother-in-law lives in a condominium unit in the Highlands, and they had flashing that was not put in, and because of the lack of flashing, the windows had some water damage. The builders came back and said, well, we'll put the flashing in. And they said, well, no, wait a minute. We agree that the flashing needs to be put in, but you also need to repair the windows at the same time because those are now damaged. So I'd like to see some language that says, as well, to say that there's an offer to mediate, that the claimants would have an opportunity to object. So I just said a lot there, but I want to start with first that it's not necessarily an offer to repair, it's actually an election to repair because of the way the language reads. And then subsequent to that, that there's an opportunity for the claimants, the homeowners, to object to the type of repair, not necessarily to stop, but at least to be able to object to the type of repair.
Right. I think the proposed language we had for the title was simply to refer to the builder's right to repair. An election to repair would be suitable as well, but I think the emphasis on the right to repair is important. And you're correct. To make that much clearer, there are several instances in the first section of that section 060 that should be changed from offer to elect or offer to notice, depending on the context. But to indicate that this is the right of the builder to do that and to proceed, there would have to be about a half a dozen changes there along those lines. We also put together some proposed language just this afternoon on the proposal to allow for the objection.
Right.
And one suggestion would be within 10 days after receipt of the builder's notice to repair, a claimant may deliver to the builder a written objection to the proposed repair if the claimant believes in good faith that the proposed repairs will not remedy the alleged defect. The builder may elect to modify the proposal in accordance with the claimant's objection or may proceed with the scope of work set forth in the original proposal. I think you may have that language.
Yep, I do.
Now, you mentioned possible offer to mediate.
I'm sorry, the completion of repairs then, in terms of if they're not agreeable with the completion of repairs, then the homeowner has, if they've, once the builder's done with the repairs, they've notified the homeowners that they've completed the repairs, the claimant then should have some additional time to verify, to inspect and verify whether the repair is complete and satisfactory to the homeowners themselves.
Right. Obviously, any homeowner would have the opportunity to inspect repairs after they're completed, but in the circumstance you raised with a homeowner who makes an objection to the proposed repairs, that person would have the opportunity to have the structure inspected and to determine whether the repairs were satisfactory to address the defect. And if they're not, then the claimant can proceed with the other steps leading up to resolution, just as they would have if the builder had never proposed repairs in the first instance.
Correct. Just making sure. Those are all the things that I had and that I can recall Karen having on the right to repair issue.
Let's go on so-called right to repair. Let's go to Shakti and then Karen Harrison.
14.
And I think what I'm going to propose here, we may have to take, once we get through this process of amendments, we may want to take another break and get these printed out so that everybody's got the same language in front of them. So, Shakti.
So
right to repair.
1426.060.
I have something on 1426.050. Should I do that now?
Does anybody else have anything on 1426.060? Karen Carrison does.
I just have a question.
Yeah, we'll do right to repair for now.
It's just we started with 050 and then we went to 060, so I wanted to make sure we hadn't finished with 050.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, and I have another one on 050.
Oh, okay. All right, so go ahead. If you 050.
So I am concerned, and I think other members of council, we heard some testimony on this issue, that there's fairly specific requirements in terms of the notice, given the fact that there's probably not an attorney involved at this point in the process. And the way it's written, you lose all of your rights if you don't follow those specific requirements. And so I would propose that we take out 1426.050A2. Should I make the motion now, or
let's try to
just discuss?
Let's try to do the 30,000 foot method first. Get an idea of everything. There's one, there might be a modification.
That's fine.
All right.
Got it.
Councilor Harrison?
Well, now I'm going to switch gears and go back to 060 because I have a quick question. I know we're talking about the inspection. It seems as though it might be good to try to have the building department actually do that inspection rather than having the homeowner do the inspection, because the homeowner's not going to know what they're talking about. I wouldn't have the expertise to look at a plumbing repair and go, yeah, it's done.
Tim?
I think it's presumed that the homeowner would have the tradesperson of their choice do the inspection. The building code and related documents sets specific standards for when building inspectors go in and review various aspects of the construction. We'd have to look at whether they could be required to step in this situation, which is not necessarily a violation of the code. It may involve a defect that is outside the specific provisions of the code. And we've talked to the chief building official, and he's acknowledged that not everything that can be a construction defect is necessarily a code violation. So you'd be maybe stepping outside their usual boundaries for that.
Then, given that, can we require that the inspection is done by a licensed somebody, so we have somebody of competence that's doing this and not just the next-door neighbor?
We could indicate it has to be a licensed contractor or in the area that's at issue. I think, again, that the homeowner is given the freedom to decide who would do that, and presumably they would want to have someone with some level of competence. But
okay. Thank you.
Right.
All right. Councilor Barraway?
The next section was on the 1426-100 informed consent. Oh, sorry. Karen has another 050.
Yeah, I'm sorry. One more 050. And some of this is partly addressed by the tolling of the statute of limitations, but in Section 3, we give the builder 30 days to provide the relevant documents to the homeowners. And in the interest of moving the process forward more quickly, I would like to propose that be changed to 14 days so that we don't have this process dragging out longer.
Yeah, thank you. Forgot that. Thanks, Karen.
All right.
1426-100, under informed consent of homeowners, Councilor Shakti, Kellen, and I all had various proposals we'd like to make on that one. I'll start with myself, and then I'll turn it over to Councilor Kellen and Councilor Shakti on theirs. On mine, on 1426-100C, little letter Roman numeral 3, my proposal would be to remove the language that currently is in there, which states the estimated impact on the value of the units that are the subject of the action, both during the action and after its resolution, and substitute something that the homeowners might actually know, and that's the estimated cost of repairing the defect, or if the defect's not repaired, the estimated reduction in value of the unit. Still speculative on their part, but not as speculative as terms of the value of the units that are the subject of the action. That's one of my proposals. And then adding a new subsection, which would be Roman numeral 8. So we're adding a new one, that it would include the steps taken by the builder in accordance with this chapter to address the alleged defect, including any acknowledgement, inspection, election to repair, or repairs. And those were items we'll have to share.
Can you repeat both of those, please?
Sure. I moved to amend section 14. I would be moving to amend section 1426-100C, little Roman numeral 3, to remove the language that currently is in place and substitute it with the estimated cost of repairing the defect, or if the defect is not repaired, the estimated reduction in value of the unit. And then adding a new subsection, a little Roman numeral 8, so that the notice would also include the steps taken by the builder in accordance with this chapter to address the alleged defect, including any acknowledgement, inspection, election to repair, or repairs. And then both Councilor Kellen and Shakti had other proposals.
One of the issues is around the proxy voting. And the language I have is amending section 1426-100D by replacing such consent must be obtained directly and not as a result of proxy voting with homeowners may vote either directly or through a proxy directed in writing by the homeowner and confirmed in writing by the proxy. And I have one more. Amend the same section by adding a new subsection E to read, the notice and consent described in this section shall not be required in the following circumstances. When the association is defending litigation, or B, when the action to be taken by the association is engaging in mediation or awaiting the builder's repair of the defect. And that's what I have.
Can you repeat that second one? I think the first one was clear, a directed proxy.
I can describe it first and then I'll
sure.
Basically, we don't want, I don't want this ordinance to apply in the case when the homeowners association is defending themselves in an action. So I heard a story about a builder did a bad job, and they were sort of eating the cost of that and dealing with it, but they didn't make the final payment. They didn't sue the builder, but they didn't make the final payment, and the builder sued them for the final payment. So I think they should have a right to defend themselves in that action, not being constrained by the vote and such in this ordinance. And then, so that's defending themselves. Also, if they want to go into mediation or they want to have the repairs done, you don't need to do a vote first on that. So I can read the language again, if that would be helpful.
Tim, have you seen this one before?
Yes, Councilor Shakti and I talked about it this afternoon and previously on one occasion as well. And I believe the main thrust of this section was to require that notice and informed consent before litigation could be filed. And the situations that Councilor Shakti is talking about would be somewhat different from that. If the association is saying we're going to vote to go into mediation to resolve a dispute, that wouldn't be something that would require, under this proposal, wouldn't require the vote of the homeowners. And the same thing if they are deciding to let the builder undertake the repairs and go through that process. The vote would be required before litigation could be commenced, but only offensive litigation. That's as I understand the proposal.
Do you want me to read the language again?
Yeah, please.
The notice and consent described in this section shall not be required in the following circumstances. A, when the association is defending litigation, or B, when the action to be taken by the association is engaging in mediation or awaiting the builder's repair of the defect.
Okay. And again, we're going to, when we get through all of this, we're going to take a break and get all of these printed out.
Councilor Kellen had.
This is how laws are made, ladies and gentlemen. Councilor Kellen.
Right, and my next one relates a little bit to that. In that 1426-100A currently requires 60 days notice before any action can be taken under and before notice is given. So Section 1320-803.5 of the Colorado Revised Statute has a section in there. They have a requirement where you have to give 75 days notice before you can bring a lawsuit for construction defects. So My concern here was that we were adding an additional 60 days onto the beginning of that process. So what I am proposing to do is have our 60-day notice piece be before filing the litigation, not before filing the notice of intent to proceed with litigation. That way, the notice process for the homeowners can occur either before or concurrently with the state-required 75-day notice provision, which again tightens the time frame and makes sure that we don't have statute of limitations problems there. Councillor Shakti raised my proxy issue. Thank you. And I think some people call that a directed proxy, where you actually indicate in your proxy how you want it to be voted, rather than just giving an open-ended, you guys do what you want, vote for me. And I think that's a little tighter there. I have a couple other changes to D of this section. Let me move down to that part. Okay, and it talks about obtaining the consent. So there's two pieces of this one, and the one piece has to do with the 30 days in which the homeowner association has to obtain the consent of the homeowners, and I agree that that is a difficult standard. So I would suggest inserting, instead of consent must be obtained within 30 days after such notice is provided, inserting language such as consent must be obtained as soon as practicable and prior to filing an action pursuant to 1320-803.5. So in that way, there is not a hard and there is one hard and fast timeline, which is before you file litigation, you have to have the consent. But there isn't that little bitty time frame that you have to do it in. And then lastly, on this one, there is the situation was brought up to me that what if you have a condominium association that covers 3 different buildings, and only one of the buildings has construction defects? So are you then left with getting 50% of all the owners? So I would propose changing the language to say that something to the effect of suits on behalf of a subset of owners that does not encumber the property rights of other owners need only obtain the consent of more than 50% of those units affected by the litigation. So we've reduced the universe of individuals that have to be consulted to those that are going to be impacted by this. And I think that, again, helps to make this process more manageable for the homeowner association. That's it for this one.
Right. Anybody else on 1426-100? No? And then Shakti had proposed a motion, or at least a discussion, on the ADR 1426-090. Okay.
Are we on the alternative dispute?
Yeah, 1426-090, alternative dispute resolution.
So I've talked individually to most of council here on this issue, and I don't think we have the votes to make the change that makes sense to me, but I would like to talk to the issue some. First, I'll say that I think we can all agree there's a problem here, and I respect this effort at a solution, and I feel supportive of a number of different aspects of the solution. However, I have concerns about this section, the alternative dispute section, because I think that the effect on the ground will be binding arbitration for all construction defect cases. And my concern is simply the right to a jury trial. It is a fundamental right. It's also a fundamental right that we can give away consensually. And so in this case, in my mind, the issue is if all new condominiums have binding arbitration language in the bylaws, which I think is a likely outcome, do homeowners have a meaningful choice when they enter into those agreements? The other issue that matters to me in considering this situation is just the importance of our homes and the rights associated with them. So my proposal would be to take out this section and to put in its place a mediation section, understanding that mediation would not avoid the expense of litigation nearly as often, but hopefully that agreements could be made sometimes. And my statement here really is not that arbitration isn't a good process. I think it can be a very good, cost-effective, sometimes less hoops to go through. It makes sense in a lot of situations. But for me, it's a little too far to go to not allow for a right to a jury trial in all of the construction defect cases.
All right, thank you. And we've talked at length about this, and obviously there's some difference of opinion. Mediation is too often just a check the box kind of approach with no real meaningful outcome. You know, it's ironic to me that we've heard some conversations tonight about the plaintiff's bar and some of the contracts that they write with the homeowners associations, right? So it's ironic to me that the plaintiff's bar goes in and removes the stipulation for binding arbitration, but yet in the same contract, which I have in front of me from one of the leading plaintiff's bar firms in the city, when it comes time, if there's a dispute about fees, then you go to binding arbitration. Any dispute arising from, under, or relating to this agreement shall be determined by a single arbitrator appointed from the Judicial Arbitrator Group in Denver. So, you know what? You can't have it both ways. I mean, if arbitration is the one that's going to get the job done, then we need to stick with that.
Councillor Kellen had another comment about 1426.090.
Okay. I actually am quite a fan of arbitration. I do a lot of work in the labor law arena where most of our work is in arbitration. And I think for me what's most important is that we make sure that we have fair requirements in the bylaws. And I think probably in most instances, if someone is looking at the American Arbitration Association and uses their procedures on writing these bylaws, they're fair. But I am proposing some additional language to try to ensure that the bylaws are fair. And it hinges on a state law, CRS 38333112. For all you, some of you know exactly what that is. And it talks about unconscionable provisions. And so my purpose here is to try to establish a standard in these bylaws that will govern to make sure that it is a fair transaction. And so I have language that states, for purposes of this ordinance, bylaws shall be in substantial compliance with rules established by arbitration professionals such as the American Arbitration Association, governing the establishment of fair, unbiased processes. Bylaws that do not provide both the builders and the homeowners with an equal voice in the selection of neutrals and the administration of the process shall be deemed unconscionable pursuant to CRS 3833. blah, blah, blah. So the idea here is to, we set a minimum standard that basically both parties have to be involved in selecting the arbitrator and what the process looks like, and that if the builder puts in standard provisions from some of the leading authorities in arbitrations and keeping them fair, then they're going to be fine. If they put in the skewed language that allows them to choose the arbitrator of their choice, that ain't going to fly. Because the most important thing with an arbitration is to have a fair process in order to make it work. And when you do that, you end up saving money in the long run because you have less litigation costs with the arbitrator. So that's my last change.
Thank God for that. Good work, Karen. Thank you. All right. We have a lot of any other suggestions, Tim?
A couple of things quickly, Mr. Mayor, if I could. One is to just, for the record, to clarify the section that we've been referring to, because I know that at least one speaker tonight said that the ordinance would make HOAs powerless to change their bylaws. The section as written, 090, does not mandate any process for resolution, either mediation or arbitration or a court. It doesn't limit the ability of an HOA to change the bylaws. I think we all understand the basic premise. The typical scenario is the bylaws are written by the developer who has 100% ownership of the project, and they're written to be favorable to the developer. And it might include binding arbitration. It might include only the developer gets to select the arbitrator, and so on. And then as units are sold off, and the HOA is a continuing entity, the board becomes populated by owners of individual units who have an interest in the common areas as well. And at that point, whether it's prompted by attorneys or not, HOA boards then have the ability to say, okay, now we have a different makeup of the board, different interests to protect. We're going to do away with the binding arbitration requirement and have different means of resolving our disputes. That's how we get to this point. What this section does is it simply says, if your bylaws originally had binding arbitration as a requirement, and if you have gone through the process of changing the bylaws to do away with the binding arbitration requirement, all it does is determine which process applies depending on the timing of it. So during the period of time, for claims that arise during the period of time when the binding arbitration rule was in effect, that becomes the remedy, and that's the remedy when you buy the property. If you buy it when the binding arbitration is the only remedy. If the claim arises after the bylaw is changed to allow for other remedies, then that would be the rule that would apply. It's simply an interpretation rather than a mandate. I wasn't sure if there were any other proposals coming, so I did want to mention one thing that Councillor Paul had brought to my attention, and that was a suggestion which I think is worthy of consideration, that for the key terms that are defined in this ordinance, another alternative to the definitions that are provided is to use the same definitions found in the state law. And that's a viable alternative that we had considered, and it still remains. I just wanted to put it on the table without endorsement one way or the other, just to see if anyone had concerns about any of the definitions and wanted to consider using the parallels to the state law.
Okay, thank you. Any comment on that one? On the definitions? I know some people have talked both ways about that. Tom?
Tim, do you see any real potential for conflict because of any differences between those definitions?
To be honest, since we first talked about the subject, I have not, compared line by line or word by word. I think that yourself, Tom, that as an attorney, a simple difference, a word here or there, could really have an impact on the definition. We tried to draft definitions that would be applicable in all circumstances, but there is merit to saying the terms are the same regardless of where they're used. One difference is where we have used the term builder to define anybody in that range of occupations that might be subject to a claim. The same term in the state statute is construction professional. perfectly acceptable. Neither is better than the other, but they're different, and so there could be more continuity if we match them to the state definitions. Or you could use that term, the same definition, to define our term builder if you wanted to stick with that term.
Any sentiment on that? Aligning with the state definitions versus what we have in here?
Well, not knowing how the state definitions differ, it's difficult to comment on the definitions piece.
Well, let's just stick with what we have then.
Yeah. I know that we looked, like you said earlier, Tim, we did look at the construction professional versus builder, but we then expanded our definition of builder to include, what did it say, architect, subcontractor, and engineer, just to make it more defined.
Councilor Coop?
This is going to seem very minor compared to all these other changes.
But it's not.
I'd like to see the wording changed to clarify in 1426.060, letter D, the very last sentence, just to clarify that the builder has one extension on the completion date, and not. I know the intent that the A might mean that, but I would just like that clarified with a one. As opposed to an A.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that back to our attention. I think that the best interpretation of what's written is that there be one extension up not to exceed 10 days. If you want to make that definitive, then a simple change from A to 1 would certainly do the trick.
Thank you.
Get that one out of the way.
All right. Yeah. I know there's some debate about that. Okay, so we have a number of suggested changes, and obviously you've got 11 people up here on council, and folks have worked very hard on this and have some suggestions. We're going to deal with each one of these suggested changes one by one. In order to do so, we're going to take a break here, and we're going to get these printed out. So that everybody has the same information in front of them. And it's now 10:14. I would guess that it's probably going to take us 20 minutes or so, maybe 30. How long is this going to take, Counselor?
30 to be safe, I think.
All right. So it's now 10:15. Again, I appreciate everybody's hard work and interest in trying to make this more balanced and more defensible. So we will reconvene at 10:45 with language in front of us. Thank you. All right, I call the October 13th, 2014 meeting of the Lakewood, Colorado City Council back into session at 10:55 p.m. And as promised, just before we broke, we heard a number of proposed amendments. As promised, we now have those amendments printed for council members and also up on the screen. So what we're going to do is go through these and I guess one by one. And I would ask that the person who moved for the amendment, well, no, I'll just read them. So the first one is amendment to 1426-060. The builders offer to repair to more closely reflect that the ordinance provides builders with a right to repair by making the following specific revisions. Change the title to read Builder's Right to Repair. Change all references to the section to offer to read elects or notice or right as appropriate in each instance, and changing the word violation to read defect. Is that Councilor Barraway?
That's correct. That's
correct. All right. Tim, do you want us to do this one by one or as a package?
I would do them one by one, sir.
So vote on these one by one?
So I make a motion.
Motion, second, discussion.
Right.
So I make a motion as stated up on the screen and as the mayor just stated.
Have we actually moved for the approval of this ordinance?
No, we have not.
All right. So we're going to do that first. Councilor Coop.
I move for the adoption of Ordinance O 2014-21 on second and final reading.
Okay. Now, Councilor Barraway, motion.
Can I say that I make a motion to amend 1426-060 as stated up there on the screen and as the mayor just previously read?
It's in the record.
In the record. It's already read in the record by the mayor. So I make the motion.
Second.
All right. Motion is second. Discussion. Please cast your votes. And that passes 10-1. Councilor Roybal is the no vote. Next, number two.
That's me again.
All right. I move to further amend Section 1426-060 to replace C, offer to mediate, with a provision allowing claimants to object to the notice of repair submitted to the builder to read as follows. Within 10 days after receiving the builder's notice to repair, a claimant may deliver to the builder a written objection to the proposed repair if the claimant believes in good faith that the proposed repairs will not remedy the alleged defect. The builder may elect to modify the proposal in accordance with the claimant's objection or may proceed with the scope of work set forth in the original proposal.
Mr. Mayor, that motion as presented by Councilor Barraway also included the following paragraph on the next page. There are two parts to that.
The one that says 3?
Yeah.
One that says completion
right.
of repairs.
And by revising E, completion of repairs to read as follows. Completion of repairs, the builder shall notify the claimant when repairs have been completed. The claimant shall have 10 days following the completion date to have the premises inspected to verify that the repairs are complete and satisfactorily resolve the alleged defects. A claimant who believes in good faith that the repairs do not resolve the defects may proceed with the remaining provisions of this chapter.
So moved. That's my motion, as stated by the mayor.
Second.
All right, motion, a second. Discussion. Shakti?
So this is saying if the homeowner has an objection, the builder can proceed with the repairs?
Yes, it says the builder may proceed with the scope of work set forth in the original proposal, but the claimant has filed an objection to the scope of work.
So what if they make a proposal that's really totally outrageous? Or do we have another amendment that addresses that?
If I may speak, I think the second paragraph will go to that. Because if they make something that's completely unreasonable and they reject it, then if the builder decides to go forward and do it anyway, then I think there's a good chance that the next paragraph will be triggered so they can reject it at that point after they make that initial repair.
And then they proceed to 1426-100, which is basically the notice of claim under Colorado Revised Statutes 1320-308.
Okay.
Tom?
The only question I have is... Sorry. Thought I'd turn it back on. The only question I have is that I think it's a little vague to say may proceed with the remaining provisions of this chapter. I mean, should we say specifically may proceed with the procedure established under 1426-100? I mean, maybe I'm overthinking this, but...
Tim?
As I understand, I think the intent is to allow the process to continue, which includes Section 100, the informed consent provision, and then the statutory notice process. So you're right, this is not as specific as it could be, but may proceed with the prerequisites to filing a claim, or the remaining prerequisites to filing a claim, something along those lines.
He may pass go and go directly to 1426-100, something along those lines.
I move that we don't put the words pass go into the ordinance.
Okay.
Tom, any suggestions? Ramey?
If what we're...
Oh, sorry. Tom?
That's okay. If what we're specifically referring to is the proceeding to the informed consent provision, I think we should cite that. So if you just say remaining provisions, I have a problem with that. So perhaps the language should read, may proceed with...
Maybe the notice required by 1426-100?
Yes. Thank you.
May proceed with the notice
with
required.
With the notice...
By...
Required by, Tim?
1426-100.
Okay. All right, so the last sentence will now read... Cindy, why don't you make a new motion with that last sentence?
All right. Withdraw. So I make a motion to amend 1426-060 as the mayor originally read, with the amendment that the last sentence under revising E, completion repairs, the last sentence would now read, a claimant who believes in good faith that the repairs made do not resolve the defects may proceed with the notice required by 1426-100.
14-26.
All right, great.
Second.
All right, motion is second. Ramey?
Thank you. I'm actually having some trouble with this one too, Cindy, in that the builder may elect to modify the proposal in accordance with the claimant's objection or may proceed with the scope of work set forth in the original proposal. That to me just doesn't ring good. I mean, say there's something wrong with the wall and you patch it and paint it. It just seems like it extends what's going on, and you're not
Thus,
getting
the
it.
claimant has the opportunity to file the objection to the repair. The builder can still go repair it. The claimants can say, we still don't like it, this is not satisfactory to us, and then immediately proceed to 1426-100. I believe that our intent of this ordinance is to try to encourage the communication between the builder and the homeowner to make the repairs as quickly as possible and as soon as it's noted, recognizing that there may not be an agreement by the homeowners that what the builders want to do is acceptable to the homeowners. Much like I made the comment earlier about my mother-in-law's condominium unit where the builder came in and said, we'll repair the flashing, but we're not going to do anything about those windows. And the homeowners association said, oh, no, you need to do something about those windows. The good news is they were able to work together and eventually got it all resolved without the need of going into litigation or arbitration. By allowing the claimants to file an objection, they've been able to affirmatively state, we don't like what you've said you're going to be doing. Recognize you're going to go ahead and do it, but if we don't like it when you're done, because we still don't feel like it's done the correct repair that solved the issues that the claimants are concerned with, they now can go directly to 1426-100, which is the notice of claim. and proceed into litigation.
And if I can jump in and help, I think what we're doing here with this language is you're really setting up an opportunity for the responsible builder who comes in and puts forth a proposal that isn't right to work with the homeowner and come up with something better. If for the irresponsible builder who's not going to do it right anyway, you're going to end it up in that last phase of the process no matter what. So this just gives the opportunity for the builder who is truly trying to do the right thing to consult with the homeowners and come back with a product that's going to meet their needs more likely.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that one? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that one passes 9-2 with Councilors Roybal and Johnson as the nay votes. All right, on to, and these next two are a package as well. Make sure that's up on the screen for people to see. Correct, Tim? 4 and 5 are a package?
That's correct.
All right. So I move to amend Section 14-20. I'm not moving. This is not an official motion. 14-26-100 parent C by removing subsection 3 and replacing it with the following. The estimated cost of repairing the defect, or if the defect is not repaired, the estimated reduction in value of the unit. And by adding a new subsection 8, Roman numeral 8, to read as follows. The steps taken by the builder in accordance with this chapter to address the alleged defect, including any acknowledgement, inspection, election to repair, or repairs. Was that all right? Cindy, any further explanation?
So to refresh everybody's memory, because it was a couple hours ago, the part under subsection 3, Roman numeral 3, currently has the estimated impact on the value of the units or the subject of the action, both during the action and after its resolution. It gets complete speculation, whereas at least on this requirement, the estimated cost of repairing the defect, if they're at the point of now wanting to go into litigation, they most likely have an estimated cost of repair somewhere along the way that's happened. Either their experts have told them, or the builder has said, here's what it's going to cost to repair. So they actually have something that's concrete that they can give to their homeowners. The way it currently reads, there's nothing concrete at all. Obviously, there's still a piece of speculation on the estimated reduction in value of the unit, but that's not something.
It's better. It's stronger. Yeah. So you want to make that motion?
So I make a motion to amend Section 1426-100C, subsection Roman numeral 3, and adding a Roman numeral 8 as the mayor read into the record.
Second.
All right, motion a second. Questions, comments? If not, please cast your votes. And that one passes 10-1. Councilor Roybal is the nay vote. All right. All right, number one. Move to amend Section 14-26-050 to clarify its purpose and to expressly allow parties to enter into agreements to toll the statute of limitations by making the following revisions. A, revising the title to read Notice of Construction Defects, Acknowledgement, Inspection. B, adding a new subsection 7 to read as follows. New subsection 7, tolling of statute of limitations. If a notice is sent to the builder in accordance with 14-26-050 within the time prescribed for the filing of an action under any applicable statute of limitations or repose, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of the notice process described in Section 14-26-050. If the builder elects to repair pursuant to 14-26-060, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of repairs. And Karen, once again, your motivation for doing this, you explained an hour or so ago, but briefly repeat.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think there's been a mixing of a couple things. So the title has already been changed in the proposed revision that was sent forward. So that's done. And then the language I proposed was to actually toll the statute of limitations. So it would amend Section 1426.050 to clarify its purpose and to expressly toll the statute of limitations by making the following revision. And so the idea is that, consistent with what happens in other parts of the state statute, once this process takes place, the statute of limitations will not continue to run during that process and for 60 days thereafter, so that the homeowners do not lose their opportunity to bring suit.
Right. So change, we'll take it. Yep.
Do you want me to reread the whole motion?
Here's what I'm going to propose. When this was originally discussed offline, it included the two parts, but the first was dealt with in the staff changes. So I think simple language, I move to amend Section 1426.050 by adding a new subsection 7 to read as follows. And then the section on tolling of statute of limitations.
So. Thank you.
All right.
Do I need to read that?
Yeah, let's read it officially into the record since we've done a modification.
Okay, I move to amend Section 1426.050, adding a new Section 7 to read as follows. If a notice is sent to the builder in accordance with 1426.050 within the time prescribed for the filing of an action under any applicable statute of limitations or repose, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of the notice process described in Section 1426.050. If the builder elects to repair pursuant to 1426.060, then the statute of limitations or repose is tolled until 60 days after the completion of the repairs.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any discussion? And again, I appreciate your intent on this one. It's balances things out.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, you can see with the short statute of limitations on these how it would be very easy for this process to just eat it up and leave the homeowner with no recourse at all.
Right. Okay. Please cast your votes. And this one passes 10-1. Councilor Roybal is the nay vote. On to the next one. I'm going to put up my preview screen here. Move to amend Section 14-26-050, paren B, paren 3, so as to reduce the time during which the builder must produce documents requested by the claimant from 30 days to 14 days.
That's fine. Yeah.
I don't think that one needs any explaining. So, care to make a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any comments, questions? Please cast your votes. And that one passes 10-1. Councilor Roybal is the nay vote. Next.
Is it?
Move to amend Section 1426-100, paren A, by replacing the first sentence with, quote, at least 60 days before filing any action against the builder, the claimant must mail or deliver written notice to each homeowner at the homeowner's last known address.
That wasn't mine.
Cindy?
Wasn't me. Actually, Councilor Kellen, I have your initials next to.
Really?
In any event, the current language is, just as a refresher, 60 days prior to the notice required by state statute.
Right.
And this would allow those two processes to run concurrently by
Oh.
making 60 days before.
Never mind, it is mine. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Again, it's moving things along. Let's get these things, let's get it
It must be getting late.
fixed. Let's get this problem resolved. Move it along. All right.
Look different here.
So Karen,
Is
motion? So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion is second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. That would be me. And Councilor Roybal. All right. That one passes 9-2 with Councilors Roybal and Johnson, the no votes. Next, move to amend Section 14-26-100 paren A. I'm sorry, paren D. I move to amend Section, thank you, 1426-100 paren D by amending the last sentence to read, quote, "Such consent must be obtained as soon as practicable and prior to filing an action pursuant to Section 13-20-803.5 Colorado Revised Statutes," end quote.
And if I might, since this is mine, it was brought to my attention that there could be an issue with the as soon as practicable because it doesn't set any kind of date certain where it would happen. So state law does allow 60 days in these situations, so increasing from 30 to 60 days would give a longer period of time but still have a date certain by which something would happen.
So you would propose changing as soon as practicable
Within 60 days and prior to.
Such consent must be obtained within 60 days?
Yes.
Prior to filing.
And prior to filing an action pursuant to Section.
Right.
All right. Margie's moving to the keyboard.
Karen, if I may, how is that different than just changing the word 30 days to 60 in what we currently have?
I don't think it is different. I think we could just do it to change 30 to 60, and that would cover it.
You still have to add. Yeah, you still have the section.
The whole. I thought this whole section was about the 13-20-803.
This section begins with the association may not commence the action unless the board obtains the written consent. So I don't think that the prior to filing an action at the end of the section is needed. I think simply changing the 30 days to 60 days accomplishes what you're trying to accomplish.
I believe you're correct.
And I would agree.
So I move to change in section 1426-100D 30 days to 60 days.
All right. Well, that's simple enough. All right. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. And it passes 10-1. The no vote is Councilor Roybal. Hang on. Let me clear those votes. Excuse me. Multitasking at 11:18 p.m. My apologies. All right. On to number 5. Move to amend section 1426-100D by adding a new sentence at the end of the paragraph to read, quote, "Suits on behalf of a subset of owners that do not encumber the property rights of other owners need only obtain the consent of more than 50% of the owners of the units affected by the litigation." And if you recall, the purpose of that was the potential scenario of, as the example was given, 3 buildings in a complex and a problem in only one of the buildings.
And if I might, it was also brought to my attention that because of the nature of how these homeowner associations are set up, that in some respects, a change in one building or a defect in one building because it is jointly owned throughout the complex would actually encumber everyone anyway. So I'm going to withdraw this motion. I'm not going to make this motion.
Okay.
Because I don't think it does what I intended to do.
All right, motion is withdrawn. Next, number 6. Move to amend section 14-26-090 by adding the following sentence at the end of the section. Quote, for purposes of this ordinance, bylaws shall ensure a fair, unbiased process. Bylaws that do not provide both the builder, (S), and the homeowners with an equal voice in the selection of neutrals and the administration of the process shall be deemed unconscionable pursuant to 3833.3-112 CRS.
I stand by that.
What?
I stand by that one. I made some changes between the time that I originally spoke about it and we got back there. Reference to the American Arbitration Association kind of created a potential of confusion because there are other organizations that govern this. So the key here is this establishes a requirement for a fair, unbiased process where both parties have a say in this process. So that is my amendment.
All right. Any? Tom?
The only problem I have is what happens if it's unconscionable? What's the consequence of that?
Well, they end up in litigation, unfortunately. But the state law does provide, I believe they provide for some remedies if it's unconscionable. They can throw out the bylaws and put in a process that, I don't know exactly where it ends up, but I think it would end up going to the court. If the homeowner association thought that the bylaws were unconscionable, they would try to change them and end up in litigation.
What you're thinking, Cindy?
So when I look at 1426.090, as I think it might have been Tim, our city attorney, mentioned this earlier, the alternative dispute resolution provision starts with if. So if a provision found in the declaration, bylaws, or rules or regulation of a common interest community requires that construction defect claims be submitted to mediation or arbitration, that's beyond, I guess, the realm of the city. It's only if the bylaws that are put together for that particular condo association have these requirements within them. You go off and do that. You don't have to do our part of it. You go off and do that because your bylaws have required that. I believe that also under the Uniform Arbitration Act, as well as the Colorado Common Ownership Interest Act, both of those have some protections in there for if there is some bias in bylaws in terms of the arbitration, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that there is a relief for you if you believe that the bylaws are unconscious or underhanded or unconscionable. But I've been trying to say that word all day, still can't do it. Are a little bit swayed to the builder side that is not a type of bylaw, the provision that would be upheld because it's unconscionable. Almost got it. So because I believe that there's already remedies in place under both those acts I mentioned, Colorado Common Ownership Interest Act and the Uniform Arbitration Act, I would not support your motion, just so you know in advance, before I vote no.
That's fine. I would argue that part of the reason for this, even though I think some of this is provided in state law, it does call to attention the party so the HOA has a better understanding that there is this requirement in state law that they not be unconscionable. And so I think it helps the HOA better understand what they're getting into. And it also creates it goes beyond that. It states that if they don't have an equal voice in the selection of the neutral or the process, it is unconscionable. So it kind of it raises the bar a step, and it gives a better standard for them to be able to say, if the bylaws say my brother Joe does the arbitration, it's unconscionable. It's gone.
Agree, but then by adding this language, we are now inserting the city within that agreement that is between the builders and the homeowners. Correct? By adding this, because again, that particular provision starts with if a provision.
But the builders get to write them.
I understand that. I've heard that all night long. I understand that. But at the same time, I believe that there's already remedies in place for the homeowners if they believe that the bylaws have been written unfairly.
It's good to see we don't agree on everything.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion last week, too.
Did you have any further?
Well, actually, I was just wondering if the language should read with an equal voice in the selection of a neutral arbitrator rather than a neutrals. I'm not sure what that means.
Beige, tan. Oh,
Of a neutral. I think that is better.
All right. Bylaws that do not provide both the builders and the homeowners with an equal voice in the selection of
a neutral arbitrator.
A neutral arbitrator. Okay.
Okay. Let's see where it falls.
So, Karen, please make the motion.
I move to amend Section 142609O by adding the following sentence at the end of the section. For purposes of this ordinance, bylaws shall ensure a fair, unbiased process. Bylaws that do not provide both the builders and the homeowners with an equal voice in the selection of a neutral arbitrator and the administration of the process shall be deemed unconscionable pursuant to 38-33.3-112 CRS.
Second.
It's a tough one, guys. All right. Any comment?
It is.
Please cast your votes.
It's going to be close.
Who are we waiting for?
All right. That one goes down 6-5. Murphy, Roybal, Johnson, Paul, Coop, and Barroway are the nays. All right, next, move to delete section 142690 in its entirety and replace it with the following. And there's some mediation language that I don't have in front of me. Shakti, do you have it?
On the back.
Oh, is it up there?
The next page you'll find along, there it is, right, beginning with A.
All right. As a condition precedent? Shakti?
This is the one where I said I already know that it won't pass.
Okay.
And it's also very long, so I'm fine with moving on to the next one.
All right, so that one's withdrawn. Next, move to delete section 14-26050, paren A, paren 2 in its entirety. Whose was that?
Mine.
Shakti's, yeah.
Oh.
With some agreement.
This is the draconian issue that if they currently get the notice aspects wrong, then the penalty seems too high, and so this is taking out the paragraph with the penalty.
We've also removed the time specified previously as well, so there is no parameters given other than what the notice says on 1426.050.
And it's not, I would be okay with inserting some other lesser penalty, but it's not clear what to insert, and this is what we've come up with.
Mr. Mayor, I could perhaps amplify that a little bit. I think Councilor Shakti did approach initially with the concern that a less severe remedy might be available. And just an observation, it seems to me that the incentive for the claimant is to follow all the steps in the process because you can't proceed with any claim unless you do. Mm-hmm. So if you don't meet those steps, and there is no time frame that you can tie it to, if you don't meet those requirements, you're stuck in sort of limbo and you don't get to follow through with that claim. So I think it is a pretty harsh penalty to, especially where there can be a disagreement about whether sufficient detail was provided. There almost certainly would be disagreements on that requirement, and so I would suggest that there is an argument that the penalty for a claimant who doesn't follow through is you don't get to complete the process and get your claim rectified.
So there's no harm in removing
That's
2A.
Initially, there were sort of parallel provisions for claimants and builders, but I think the builders have strict obligations with timeframes attached to them, and it's easy to know whether they've complied or not. And it's not quite the same for a claimant whose ultimate motivation is to get this fixed either through repairs or further action.
Okay.
Can I move it?
Move it.
I move to delete section 1426.050A2 in its entirety.
Second.
All right, seeing no discussion, please cast your votes. Gee whiz. We have a unanimous one. Next, number 3, move to amend section 1426-100D by replacing, quote, such consent must be obtained directly and not as a result of proxy voting with, quote, homeowners may vote either directly or through a proxy directed in writing by the homeowner and confirmed in writing by the proxy. Is there a timeline associated with this?
I think the 60 days that we had before for the vote after the notice.
Does that cover it? This can't be an eternal.
60 days is the period after the notice is given during which you need to obtain the vote of the membership.
I just want to make sure that this isn't indefinite. If this is covered elsewhere?
Well, the sentence that would follow that, we just changed it to read, such consent must be obtained within 60 days.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
60 days.
Scott?
My question is, what does obtain directly mean?
I mean, each owner voting through whatever process is set up by the HOA, whether it's at a meeting or what have you. But the individual members can vote, or if they're unavailable, can use a proxy by directing that proxy in writing as to how to vote.
Good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think what's important here is that going forward, and again, this only applies to future projects, every new HOA that's formed will understand that this rule is in place, and will have to come up with procedures in their bylaws to facilitate this direct proxy voting. I don't know that it's up to the city to direct precisely what those procedures have to be.
So my understanding of the intent of this was that, let's say Tim's my proxy, and I'm out of state or out of the country, and I write to Tim, I email him and say, Tim, I understand this is coming up for a vote. You have my vote, and my vote is yes, I want you to go into litigation. Karen may pick Tim as well and say no, write to him and say my vote is no. Tim shows up at the meeting and he has a yes vote and a no vote, and he presents those votes. That's directed.
That is correct. But
as opposed to saying, Tim, you do whatever.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Does that cover it? Karen Harrison, please.
That was my exact question. I wanted to make sure that each proxy vote represented a particular property owner, and they had a name and an address to go along with a yes or a no, that it couldn't be just someone that walked in and said, I have 6 yeses and 10 no's.
Right.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do think there's perhaps an important distinction to make. And I'll use a quick analogy. You know that with our zoning ordinances, we can dictate what is a permitted use on a given piece of property. An HOA to which that property is, of which that property is a member, could have different rules that prohibit some of the uses that we allow. And the city does not get involved in saying you can't enforce that bylaw. If you say no RV parking and we say RV parking is okay, they can still enforce that restriction. So I think the intent here is not to dictate what the bylaws have to say.
Exactly.
The bylaws presumably would allow proxy voting, but it may not be exactly as described here. The point is that if to comply with this requirement, this is what's necessary. And if your bylaws say something different, we're not looking to change those. Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay.
Can I just say so moved? So moved.
Is there a second? All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. The vote is unanimous. On to the next one. Move to amend Section 14-26-100 by adding a new subsection E to read as follows. The notice and consent described in this section shall not be required in the following circumstances. A, when the association is defending litigation, or B, when the action to be taken by the association is engaging in mediation or awaiting the builder's repair of the defect. Shakti, you want to make your case once again?
Just that we intend the notice and vote to be about litigation or arbitration, not about defending or mediation or repairs. We want to enable people to do the repairs and defend and these things.
Okay. Any questions on this one?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Parker has made a good point, which is that leaves arbitration in limbo. We don't know what to do if the decision of the HOA is whether to proceed with binding arbitration. We know what to do if it's mediation. We know what to do if they're getting the repairs done. And we know what happens if they're defending litigation. But did you intend to cover, would the notice and consent requirement apply if the decision before the HOA board is whether to proceed with arbitration?
Yes.
So arbitration or initiating litigation would require the notice and consent provision.
I mean, we can discuss. I was thinking of it as yes, that it would apply to arbitration.
All of the above. Arbitration as well.
Or you're saying add arbitration to this list?
Yes.
I'm okay either way with arbitration.
Okay. Karen?
I would recommend adding the arbitration to the list because the arbitration doesn't have the same impact of encumbering the property. At least that's my understanding. So it lowers the bar to get to the arbitration piece, but keeps it high in terms of moving towards litigation.
And if the alternative dispute language stays in, then wouldn't we expect these cases won't be going to, they will be all going to arbitration?
Right.
So then the whole voting provision, what is it applying to?
The situation where the builder fails to think through what they're putting in the bylaws or decides they would rather litigate.
Okay.
Or I would submit that, and I don't know that this has happened, but we know that bylaws get changed to remove binding arbitration requirements sometimes. There could be a situation where the bylaws allow for options, that disputes can be resolved by mediation or arbitration or something like that. So it's conceivable that a board would be voting on whether to proceed with arbitration, even if it might not be mandated by the bylaws. There might be a circumstance where that's an option for the board.
Are we in?
Cindy?
I'm just wondering where we at. Are we adding arbitration?
We're going
Are you
we're going to add the word. So I'll just read the new full amendment. I move to amend Section 1426-100 by adding a new subsection E to read as follows: the notice and consent described in this section shall not be required in the following circumstances: A, when the association is defending litigation, or B, when action to be taken by the association is engaging in mediation, arbitration, or awaiting the builder's repair of the defect.
And I guess I might not be following totally. Like, it seems like arbitration is, although less expensive than litigation, a relatively big deal. That as compared to, say, mediation, and that sort of what I was trying to do here was, these things don't have anything to do with what we're talking about here. They don't. It doesn't apply to them because, I mean, why would you want to have a vote before you had the repairs? Like, what are we trying to discourage there? And I think the idea of the vote is that you're trying to discourage action that isn't really in the community's best interest, and you want sort of a double check on that.
So are you suggesting that this applies to solely defending arbitration? What about initiating arbitration?
I wasn't thinking of this as applying to arbitration at all. Defending in anything, I think you should be able to defend, an HOA should be able to defend themselves without a vote. Because otherwise they can't defend themselves, maybe. Where if you're deciding whether to move forward in action that you're bringing, that feels like a very different situation to me. I guess...
I would not accept the word arbitration added in there. I mean, it kind of gets us back to where we were with the suggestion that we remove that entire portion of the alternative dispute resolution. And I guess I just don't fully grasp what the...
Wait, I thought you were saying you wanted to put arbitration in.
Yep.
No, that wasn't...
Okay,
I was just rereading language.
And I'm saying I don't really understand putting arbitration in. It seems like that makes it this way more controversial, and I think the other things that we have there are more obvious.
All right. So, can we take out the word arbitration?
Yes, you just did.
Yeah. I'm not sure I grasp. I think there's some good intent. I just don't know that I fully understand it. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think it kind of relates more to the interpretation of 1426-100. Some of the language we've talked about and changed before refers to providing this notice and getting the consent before filing an action under 132803.5. It just somewhat a matter of what is an action under 132803.5. Is an action litigation, or is an action merely notice of claim that then proceeds under the bylaws arbitration provision? I don't think I know the answer to that right now.
I think there are multiple examples throughout the ordinance where action is the term used to refer to litigation. And this would be a new paragraph E. Paragraph D in that section begins with, the association may not commence the action unless this consent is obtained.
Right. So we've kind of set this informed consent of homeowners provision up in a way that is required when you're going to litigation anyway. So the addition of that language, that the arbitration in there would not be necessary.
Any of
it. You've got language that says this: you can't proceed to court basically without following this process. So the other, following your logic, which there is logic to it, it's the same could be said about mediation or repairs, is that if this is only a prerequisite to filing litigation, then it doesn't apply to those other sections. This is more like a belt and suspenders approach to state, well, it only applies to this, so it doesn't apply to that.
Right.
I think my concern is if it only says mediation or repairs, then we don't know where arbitration fits into that. We don't know whether the consent is necessary before proceeding to arbitration. It can go either way. You can call it arbitration and say it's almost as big a deal as litigation, or you can say the whole point of this is you don't go to court without informed consent. Then that would mean arbitration falls on the other side of the line, and informed consent is not necessary to proceed there.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I was looking at the statute, is that it is a belt and suspenders approach. The preferred method of addressing these kinds of problems is through arbitration.
Right.
And so we have the provision that kind of allows that to happen. But if in those circumstances where arbitration is not happening and it's going to proceed to litigation, then you need to make sure that all the homeowners, half the homeowners, are on board with that litigation.
I would add to that if you believe the language of the section is clear, that it only applies, it's only required before you proceed to litigation, I do think A is an illumination that you might not get from reading the text. Okay, what about if we're defending litigation? Do we need that consent? So having that language clarifies that you only need it to initiate litigation, not to defend it. Maybe that the rest of it is understood or not. But.
Okay, and again, this is a little too murky for me. I'm just not clear on what path this leads us, and for that reason, I don't think I'm going to be able to support it. I know it's very well intended, but I'm not quite sure where we wind up. Tom?
I'm just not sure this is really necessary. When you talk about instituting an action, that's not defending litigation. I don't think it doesn't bother me. I just don't think it's necessary. And I just wonder if it kind of muddies up the water a little bit here unnecessarily. It is, I think, the belt and suspenders approach.
All right, we have a motion. And the motion is for the language as written here. There's no longer the word arbitration in here. Did we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion, a second. Any further conversation? All right, please cast your votes. Just never know how this is going to turn out. That one goes down 5-6. The nays are Murphy, Roybal, Johnson, Paul, Coop, and Barroway. Thank you, though. All right.
These next two are redundant. This document was created from multiple sources and kind of Frankenstein together, so those two have already been voted on.
Is Frankenstein a verb? Have we reached?
Only in October.
After 11 p.m.
You've created a new word.
All right.
Was that it?
The remaining language on that page is part of the withdrawn motion regarding mediation.
So are we done?
No, very low.
The very last one? Oh, Scott. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's the word A to 1. So move to amend the last sentence of 14.26.060D by replacing, quote, a reasonable extension with one reasonable extension. Please.
Second.
Move in a second. Please cast your votes. That's a good one. Just saying, that's a good one. And it's proven out with a unanimous vote. All right.
Keep saying.
All I can say is thank you. A lot of hard work. And
not done yet. We have the whole motion.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Just making sure.
Let me finish the sentence.
Okay.
I think that these amendments do make the motion clearer. I think the ordinance clearer, balanced, and even more defensible. So thank you all very much for your hard work. Sorry about how long it took us to get there, but that's democracy. All right, so now we have a motion on the floor already, a motion and a second for approval of the entire ordinance. Comments, and I would, as I ask for comments, I would remind everyone that the hour is late. Please have mercy. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I will be as brief as I can. Winston Churchill is credited with saying the great thing is to get to the true picture, whatever it is. So let me make this easy. These are the truths that I actually understand and know. First, I want to commend Mayor Murphy for his hard work and passion to make this a high-profile issue that everyone is looking at now, frankly, including the gubernatorial candidates. For 2 months, I have talked with dozens of people who support and do not support this, and I've read everything I can get my hands on. I want to know the picture on both sides. Home builders and realtors support this, and commerce type folks do. Of the over 100 emails and phone calls I've received, mostly constituents, not all, but they're asking for a no vote. The Community Association Institute is asking for a no vote as well. These are truths that I know. This is an incredibly complex issue with conflicting thought and opinion. There are 3 players involved: builders and developers, the subcontractors, and third, the homeowners, either in a single dwelling or a multifamily condo-type building. There are some bad players that have gamed the situation and have created lawsuits for hefty dollar amounts. Market-rate condos are not being built. High-end condos are being built. Insurance carriers have abandoned the Colorado market for contractors for market-rate condos due to the cost of litigation involved. Bills addressing construction defect litigation have been unsuccessfully introduced for probably more than 3 years. I don't really know. It appears that there's been gamemanship to go forward with a viable bill. We will almost assuredly be addressed again in the 2015 legislature. All literature that I have read addressing this topic refers to Colorado revised statutes. Our country has a hierarchy of laws. Passing this ordinance makes us very vulnerable to a lawsuit, and no one knows how much you're going to get sued for and how it's going to turn out in court. Lakewood's transit-oriented development zoning is part of the puzzle. I have heard conflicting information regarding apartments turning into condos in 6 years after the threat of construction defect litigation has passed. I believe, however, that apartments can and will flip to condos based on a market demand. Lakewood is the only and first city willing to go forward with an ordinance. Other cities are waiting to see how this works for us. Trying to address this at the city level would have made more of an impact if more cities had joined us and we'd done all this together. And last, DRCOG now has a committee dealing solely with this issue. One statement I read in the multitude of stuff that I've read, to me, says it perfectly. If builders build a condo poorly, they should be held accountable and pay. The best way to limit being sued for construction defects is to build housing projects that do not have poor construction defects. No matter how we vote tonight, we're all going to make friends and we're all going to make enemies, frankly. I appreciate the amendments that Council has brought forward. I had 2 conclusions. One was for a yes vote, and frankly, one was for a no vote. I'm deciding to go in this direction. This is an incredibly complex and frankly, good people see it very differently for all the right reasons. Lakewood's ordinance begins the conversation and dialogue, which is imperative in order to go forward for resolution. There is a problem. This ordinance is an admirable attempt to begin that discussion. This, in my opinion, is tort reform. And I believe we need a consistent statewide fix. This is clearly a legislative matter, not a municipal issue to fix. Which tells me all the city councilors should be lobbying at the state legislature and not just the Metro Mayor's Caucus. Having a patchwork quilt of legalities will game this. If doing this city by city even happened, developers will pick the city that has the best playing field, and in my opinion, that opens the door to sizable campaign donations based on which city has the most favorable atmosphere for developers. Regardless, this is going to draw campaign money. To the voting players on the council or in the legislature, frankly, a lot of money is at stake. I believe our role at the city level is to have good building inspections and enforce building codes. It is highly doubtful that insurance companies are going to write contracts for individual cities. In fact, they likely will not. Because of the high probability of a lawsuit, our legacy to future city councils will be just that, one of a lawsuit. And last, we cannot monitor and enforce this issue. It is not enforceable. When in doubt, do no harm. I will be voting no.
Okay, Councillor Kellen, Shakti, Councillor Barraway, and Councillor Paul.
Okay, thank you.
11:56.
I will be quick. I think this is one of the most important pieces of legislation we've had while I've been on council. The fact that we don't have any owner-occupied attached housing is a travesty. I'm under no illusion that there aren't additional problems that need to be fixed. Councillor Johnson is right. The legislature needs to act on this issue and deal with it. They need to implement stronger construction standards, and they need to clarify this to make it fair for both sides and move forward so we can get these things built. This is the best we can do under the circumstances to try to move it forward, and as such, I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Shakti?
I think there's a lot of good in this ordinance, in spite of the fact that I will not be voting for it because of the alternative dispute section, as I've already described.
Thank you. Who's next? Cindy, Tom, and Adam, I think.
Thank you. Tonight is really about choice, and we've heard a lot about that earlier tonight. And the question of choice is there aren't any choices right now. We haven't, as Travis told us earlier, we haven't had any owner-occupied attached housing built in the city of Lakewood since 2006. That then reduces the choices available to our citizens, whether they're veterans, teachers, firefighters, senior citizens, first-time home buyers, or last-time home buyers. Somebody who wants to downsize doesn't have that opportunity to stay, and we've heard that from a few of our constituents that they've left Lakewood, they wanted to stay, but there was no product available for them. Is there a silver bullet to solving the construction defect problems in the state of Colorado? I don't think so. I think it's going to take a lot of conversations amongst many parties to get this resolved. It may take the intervention of not just the state legislature, but actually the government as a whole to step in to help solve this problem, because we're in a crisis in terms of our housing opportunities and the diversity of our housing stock. This is something that obviously has gotten the attention because of the crowd that we had here tonight and the attention we've had in the media over the last week or so. I believe that this is a good start for the city of Lakewood to encourage builders to come to the city of Lakewood. We are not looking for shoddy builders. We are looking for quality builders. But it goes back to the fact that the word that keeps getting used is shoddy. shoddy is something that should never happen, because if along the way everybody's ticking off the right tick marks and making sure that this is being inspected, that this has been done to manufacturer specifications, et cetera, that should reduce the ability for defects to occur. If they do, we want the ability for them to be able to talk to each other and have the opportunity to fix it and then move from there. So I guess it's 12:59 now. I guess I better stop talking and just say that I will be voting in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quinn and then Councillor Roybal. No.
Thank you. I will be very brief. In my view, this is a very balanced ordinance with the amendments that Councillors Barroway and Kellen and Shakti worked so hard on, and really appreciate their time in that. In my view, the genesis of this discussion was really our 2012 retreat, when we started talking about demographics. We had the state demographer come to that retreat and talk to us about the changing demographics of our community and across Jefferson County and the state of Colorado. And what we found out was that our population is rapidly aging. Our households are becoming smaller. There are more households without children. And the ultimate conclusion was that we need a diverse housing stock that meets the needs of all age groups in our community, both senior citizens, young families with children. We need to make sure that there are places for them to live. Affordable housing, of course, is a big picture that involves both owner-occupied and rentals. I serve on the committee that Councillor Johnson mentioned at Dr. Cog, where we're talking about affordable housing issues now and how we incorporate those into the Metro Vision planning document. I also want to just briefly mention, I think we should go back to our core community values for just a second and talk about the two that I think are applicable here. One of those is community sustainability. The other is quality living environment. Having a diverse housing opportunities in our community is very critical, in my view, to having a strong and sustainable community going out into the future and building that quality living environment we want to have here in Lakewood. Also looking at the commitments that we've made to our citizens, the City Council's commitments. One of those is to be progressive and innovative while respecting the traditions of the community. In my view, this is a progressive and innovative action. We're stepping forward. We're saying we're going to have the courage to take on this difficult issue. We're not just going to pretend that it's not there, because it's vital to the future of our community that we take action, and we do it now. And hopefully the state legislature catches up in the next session and they do take action on this. But I think we need to move forward, and I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Councillor Roybal and then Councillor Wickman.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank council and the mayor and staff for working so hard on this ordinance. That's fantastic. I know it's almost midnight, so I'll keep it short and sweet. After reading a lot of literature, and I was reading for at least 2 weeks and trying to grasp my hand around it to get an understanding how this system works and how we can better help our community. And I came to the conclusion after talking to many people is that this issue should be addressed at the state level. So I'm not going to be supporting this issue. That's it.
Thanks. Councillor Wickman?
I would like to concur that there's been a very good analysis of the problem. And if that was as far as we went, it'd be easy to vote for this. But life is a little bit more complicated than that. Not only do we have to look at the problem, we also have to look at the solution. And so the questions I'm asking myself tonight is, the solutions that we have before us today, are they really going to solve the problem? One of the things I did when I was doing my research was to go to my legal friends and ask for their input. Well, they did not have a dog in the fight. They were neither trial lawyers or developers, so they didn't have any bias. The first reaction I got from everybody was, this is illegal. You cannot sit there and tell one class of citizens, the people of Lakewood, that you do not have access to the courts that the rest of the state does. So it's illegal. And they're going to throw it out. And they're going to sue you. It's the very first thing. So we never even got into the merits of the case. It was just, you're going to court on this. Well, if that's the case, then I ask myself, if we're going to the courts, are we really solving a problem here? If if this thing is going to be in litigation, are the insurance companies going to now offer the insurance? I suspect not. I think they're going to sit there and say, I want to see how this is resolved first before I give you any insurance. So I think the net result is this is still going to be up in the air, and I don't know if it'll be resolved anytime soon. There are some other issues here. Do we have jurisdiction here? Is this within our purview? I think a number of the other speakers have pointed out the fact that this is a state issue. It belongs with the legislature. Now, granted, they've dropped the ball, but we can't require the citizens of Lakewood to come up and pick up every ball that the legislature drops. That's their job. We can't be interfering with their job. And then finally, what are going to be the side effects of this? As I just noted, there are going to be legal expenses. We're going to get sued. And even though my objectives are to increase affordability, I also have other objectives as well. And one of them is the fact that I have a fiduciary responsibility to be a good steward of the people's money. And for me to sit here and vote for this, knowing that we're going to be sued, I have visions of 2090 all over again. And so as a matter of responsibility, I cannot vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Whitman. Councillor Harrison?
Well, I'm going to vote for it. I think this helps create roots in Lakewood for both young and old, and I like this. I think there are things that are not completely answered yet in this legislation, but I think it's a good start. It's a trickle down the hill, and I think the state will address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the folks who came out tonight to testify, and for those who have reached out to this group. When you kind of take a look at the situation, you wonder, why would somebody who's opposed to this put out so much misinformation? Why would they spend the money to call residents and tell them that we are raising their taxes or taking away their rights? So right off the bat, when I was starting to examine this and getting emails and phone calls from people, I thought, it's really interesting that if there is a case to be made, why isn't the truth being told? So I wanted to share a little bit with you from our comp plan. And Ms. Johnson started with a quote, so I'll start with a quote. Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. John F. Kennedy. So when you go into our comp plan and you look at the goals that our city has adopted, that our forefathers, the folks who came before us, the folks who have planned out this community and have seen the future and want this community to be a great community, they thought these were important. They thought recognizing demographic patterns when considering livability and the quality of life issues. So take that one bullet point, and if you go to a group of some of our older citizens, they'll tell you, gosh, we'd sure like to downsize our home. Our kids are gone. We love Lakewood. Where are we going to go? There's nowhere for them to go. We call it the Bob Zockman syndrome here. Great guy, school teacher in the city of Lakewood, raised his family here, was looking to downsize and was forced to leave the city of Lakewood. And you hear about that a lot. So that's our job, to start to adjust and look at those demographics and make available to those folks, not only millennials, but our older folks, our veterans, make housing options available. That is our job, and that's the legacy that we should look at moving forward. We should also, another bullet point of our comp plan, assume leadership when collaborating with other agencies.
I'm going to call for a vote and then let you finish.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to call for a vote, and then we're going to finish. Please cast your votes on the ordinance. All right. The ordinance passes 7-4. Councillor Paul, please continue.
I don't think there needs to be.
No, please continue. You're on a roll, man. Go.
Well, I would just say, I'll just finish out with the comp plan. Assume leadership with collaborating with other agencies and jurisdictions. We are assuming leadership here. Our legislative committee lobbied the state legislature and has lobbied the state legislature to no avail. Nobody's stepped up to the plate to make this happen. Provide a range of housing choices for a variety of households with amenities, services, and retail uses to generate opportunities for all. And then, last but not least, a goal. Strive to meet the housing needs of all segments of the community, and I think this is important. encourage a variety of housing types offering attractive and affordable choices to all income levels, encourage the preservation and maintenance of existing affordable housing stock, promote the integration of affordable housing into new and existing neighborhoods, support public and private home ownership programs, support public and private efforts to develop accessible and affordable housing, promote a range of housing choices for all ages and abilities. That's our Lakewood Comprehensive Plan. And as leaders, that's our job to try to provide that. It's not a perfect solution. There's a lot of folks who will leave here unhappy. I hope we can continue to work together. But this is a start. And we missed that window. You know, we already hear folks say, oh, geez, you have apartments going up everywhere. Not one owner-occupied residence. We have got to have that. We've got to continue to build community. It's critical to the success of the city of Lakewood.
All right. I have been talking about this issue for the last year and a half. It's 12:10. I don't feel like I need to talk about it anymore. I just thank everyone, again, who came out to testify. This is a great start. Other cities will follow. Make no mistake about that. And hopefully get an answer at the state as well. At this point, are there any reports? I know there's no general business. All right. We are adjourned at 12:10 a.m. Thank you.